enjoy. Slightly bigger arena, but the same passion and quality of riding to enjoy, and I get to do that alongside someone who has medalled, even topped the podium a number of times. Deb Criddle, how excited are you ahead of day 2 of Para-Equestrian?
Oh, it's going to be such a great day of sport today after our medalists yesterday, seeing that getting it underway, and no, these athletes are just waiting to get out and strut their stuff, so it's going to be a fabulous day of sport.
So we will keep you abreast of all that's going on. And one thing you will be able to see at times, the little pavilions around our field of play. 5 judges, and Deb, we were talking about how the judges are picked.
Yeah, the judges have to go through their training process, so these are graded to be able to judge at the world and Paralympic level, and there is a panel of judges and they are selected. So we have judges from different nations to be an impartial sort of view of the tests that are taking place.
We have USA, Belgium, Great Britain, Italy and France sitting in judgment, and it is a predetermined routine that each athlete and horse pairing will have to complete, with 10 being the maximum score, 0 for failing to do so in the manner expected. But first out, and we are not mucking around, reigning champion from Tokyo, 2 golds along with team silver. Sanne Voets of the Netherlands will get us underway, and plenty also getting their first taste of the Paralympics, but I imagine that whether you've been before, medalled before, or it's your debut, there's still those butterflies before the competition gets underway.
I think actually, Jeremy, in order to perform at your best, if you haven't got those butterflies in your stomach, then I think you're not sort of accessing the full potential that you have. I think you still have to be able to experience that to set yourself up for your best performance.
The crowd here in this iconic setting, the Chateau de Versailles, 3 kilometers away from the action here, and we're ready to get this grade 4 underway. Sanne Voets, 37-year-old, was on top of the podium twice in Tokyo. How will she fare, Sanne Voets, as she, with Dementeur, attack Paris 2024? Not more iconic views as you stride out. I imagine the difficulty is forgetting the surroundings and focusing on getting the job done.
Definitely, you need to concentrate. She'll just be settling the horse, going around the arena, and while at the moment she's not being judged, she'll be wanting to show the horse at his best, saying to the judges, look at me, I'm here.
So grade 4, the athletes have an impairment or deficiency of both arms, or a moderate impairment of all 4 limbs, able to walk generally, not necessarily needing a wheelchair in daily life, but also, as we saw on day 1, athletes with vision impairment also able to compete. And we are going to see a difference from the grades 1 to 3 as we now move into grades 4 and 5. So Sanne Voets, can she be golden again here at Paris 2024? What a way to start things off.
Setting off into this collected trot. So our movements today, we'll see walk, trot and canter through the collected, extended paces, so showing Some medium trot strides there. Ten-meter volte into the shoulder in, so needing to show a lot of precision, a lot of control. And a lot of the dressage movements are set up to flow from one to another. So the circle sets up the shoulder in.
And as we can see in the top of your picture, we're seeing the judges' scorings as we progress through the predetermined moves. And later on, we'll see a comparison between the top rider and the current. But obviously, we're at the early stage, but setting the tone.
That's it, being the trailblazer for this grade 4 competition. I think always a difficult position to be in as an athlete, first to go, and then having that long wait to the end to see how you fare. But setting off well here, expect her to be up definitely 73, 75.
We've certainly seen that it needs to be mid to high 70s if you're really particularly looking for gold. And certainly over 70% likely for a medal.
That's it, definitely. And a super square halt there. The judge at sea just wanting to see as if the horse has only got 2 legs, sort of front and back, so beautifully square.
Well, the Netherlands very strong in para-equestrian. They are the current European team champions, and Voets part of that. She was silver at those games in Reisenbeck, Germany last year.
Sanne just completing the turn on the haunches. So the horse describes a very small circle with the hind feet, so the front end of the horse's shoulders move around the circle. The judge is looking for consistent steps, every hind foot to move and not to pivot on the spot.
So much about para-equestrian is that control and precision in order to get those higher marks.
That's it, that's what they're looking for. The accuracy plays a huge part if you want to access those higher marks. Also the quality of the work, the balance. Hit the counter loop. And again, a definite test of the balance of the horse. Some of the horses, because they will be working at a higher level than this, and I would say probably all of our grade 4 riders will be out in open competition just to get the experience. So the horse could easily be taking that change of balance as an aid to do a flying change, so that changing legs behind and in front, so almost like the skipping motion. Again here, into the medium counter. Judge is looking to see an expressive forward counter, which she is producing here. Again, the horse in good balance. And harmony plays a big part in para-dressage. Judge is looking to see that harmonious combination, and he's obviously a very experienced pairing.
Yes, I mentioned Voets 2 gold medals in Tokyo, but it's a 3rd gold overall at Paralympics, having previously been top of the podium in Rio when she was still competing in grade 3. And there are athletes who move between grades depending on changes.
It can be, it could be changes with their physical impairment. Unfortunately, some of the nature of their physical impairment will be, it's progressive, and so therefore the classifiers will look at the riders every now and then just to see if they are in the right grade.
I'm starting to think she's quite happy with that.
Definitely there. I think we can't mistake that, can we?
Well, and especially when you have 3 gold medals at Paralympics, you have a good idea what may be good enough, and showing exactly who she thinks deserves the credit. Dimantur producing an emotional response from Sanne Voets. And will she be back for further gold? Sanne Voets with 76.528%, and if we go by her reaction, it may be a long wait, but it could be a medaling performance.
Yeah, just super expressive paces shown by Dimantur. And the judges looking for an active hind end, the engine, the powerhouse of the horse, into a soft and supple contact, so the contact with the mouth and the bit.
As an athlete, you must have a good idea of how it's gone, but even before you see the score, and she clearly pretty happy.
Definitely. It's just the whole test flowed. The transitions between the paces, again, those are being judged by the grand jury there, and it all adds up to the whole kind of picture.
Well, that is a marker set for the rest of the field. A 3-time Paralympic gold medalist, Voets, has certainly come out with a bang. Well, the Orange Brigade certainly look happy, and that is just the start of day 2 of Para-Equestrian, an individual event for grade 4. As the announcers are saying, we will not hear that much from the crowd. As you see there, the hands waving, silent applause. The care for the horse is certainly of high importance. Alexia Pittier of France, the world number 5. It may be her Paralympic debut, but she certainly has pedigree when you look at her world ranking. So first major outing. She has been a silver medalist at French amateur elite grade 4 level. Selected for her home games. What can she produce? She certainly looks excited.
Just setting off the horse just a little bit keen there, setting off in the canter rather than the collected trot. So she'll be working at trying to settle him into his rhythm. A very expressive horse this, and the quality of the horses that are in the sport is quite something. A rider without physical impairment in open sport would be very proud to have one of these horses in their stables.
You can see there already, we now see the comparison with Voets having gone first, in Pittier marked down heavily, as you mentioned, right from that start. So a little bit of work to do, but she's got time.
Absolutely. There are 28 movements in this test, so each movement can be awarded a score between 10 and 0. So 10 is excellent and 0 is not performed. So yes, she will have lost a few marks for that, but she has the time and the scores gradually coming up.
And as we mentioned, 5 judges placed around the field. So different angles also will impact how they score, and that average should be a fair reflection.
That's it. The angles of view that the judges have give different images. So the judge at C will be able to see a rider coming up the centre line if they are straight. They don't want to see any wobbles either side of the line. And the judges at E and B can see if a horse is straight between the centre across the school, and if a halt is, again here, the judge at the short side, the three judges at the short side have the best chance of seeing the straightness and the squareness there.
Well, this is Pittier's one of two horses. She also bought and rides Frauenheld, but Sultan 768, which they only made their international debut together last year, and now the honour of performing here at a home Paralympic Games.
Into this turn on the haunches. Again, just looking for the regularity, the rhythm, the clear steps. Our riders have the option of riding in a double bridle or a snaffle bridle, entirely down to what works best for the combination. And you'll see probably fewer adaptations in tack and equipment with our grade 4 and grade 5 riders. Here the rider has quite the big knee blocks. Again, that's down to choice. It can certainly help with stability. And this had a lovely transition there at C up into the canter. She comes onto the loop, and again, this is the moment just here where the horses, the change of balance can just cause them to think, oh, we want a flying change. But the horses here, they become attuned to the riders, and some of the riders may have some imbalance or asymmetry, and the horses soon learn to accept what is required from them. And again, a change through trot in the canter leads. Judges looking for the smoothness, the evenness of the steps.
It's interesting how seeing the horses in that sense can tune out what isn't a deliberate movement or signal.
That's it, that's it. I think you see it more in the lower grades where there may be more sort of physical movement from the riders that is unintentional as an aid. I think you'll find the grade 5 riders, if they gave a little bit too much of an aid, then the horses would take it as being an instruction. But again, a lovely picture here. I think the start just set the horse off for being a little bit unsettled, but he's working through now. Again, very expressive trot, nice change through. Looking for between 1 to 3 strides in the trot, back up into the canter.
Well, Pittier did say it's great to be able to compete at the top level despite impairment, and certainly seeing some stunning para-equestrian performances. And we have spoken about how that connection with horses and the sport can be life-changing.
It really can. It can take these riders out of themselves, or these athletes out of themselves.
Well, a couple of missteps, but still fabulous performance when you're dealing with performing at a home games. Alexia Pittier with a warm embrace for Sultan. 7-6-8. We'll wait for her final score. Certainly not easy following defending gold medalist, especially after her score of 76.528. Les Bleus fans showing their love. Alexia Pittier into second place for now, 70.806%. And certainly big smile.
I think there's nothing like competing in front of a home crowd. Just gives you a boost, it really does. And you'll see here such an expressive movement from this horse, so it's a lot of power to contain, and that's the rider's job, to channel that in the right direction. And here again, just beautiful movement into the halt, not quite square, so maybe half a mark, maybe knocked off. And again, the horse just resisting there, head comes up in the air. So again, it's those little things the judges will be just pulling out as deductions, but then you're looking at where can I pick up from there.
I guess the judges in their mind have an idea what a 10 looks like, and maybe working back, as you say, from these little things that are working away from that.
That's it. They're on the rider's side. They want to be giving the marks. So it's just what may be taken off of those little moments that happen to detract from it. So they are looking to award marks.
Qui s'appelle donc Sorena, c'est bien une jument qu'on va avoir le plaisir de voir avec celle qui participe là aussi à ses premiers paradressages.
Such a big part of it is also enjoying the experience, and we'll wait and see, because the bit of time before we know what scores are good enough. But a reminder that while the top 3 will obviously earn Paralympic medals, the top 8 will also qualify for the freestyle event later in these Paralympics. So Dianne Barnes of Australia with Sorena. A debut at the Paralympics. Who did compete at the latest World Championships in 2022. 11th in the individual event. In this most iconic of venues. Can she try and improve on that? The Aussies out in force as Dianne Barnes gets her first Paralympics underway.
And you may have noticed, just as she came up the centre line, just a little glance sideways, rider just looking to check that they're going to be on X, looking for B and E, just to ensure they are accurate there. So mostly the collective paces the judges looking for in this, so the collected trot, the collected canter, and they're wanting to see clear definitions. And the transitions, certain transitions are awarded their own set of 10 marks. So it's very important to be precise, or as precise as you can. So you see this horse has a higher knee action. So again, you have a huge variety of the horses and the actions that they have within their paces.
And I guess that's the important thing, to know your horse inside out and how to get the best performance as a duo.
That's very, very true. You're wanting to play to their strong points. And again, here we're looking for the horse just listening to his rider. You can look for the ears. That's a really good sign. Are they flicking back? Are they out sideways? Are they slightly back? All signs that they're listening. So just a little bit of change to the rhythm, but it's just settling, a little bit of movement in there. That one, again, a precise number of steps back. So the rider will be counting that to ensure they get that sort of accurate.
What was, you mentioned your tactic for counting?
Oh yes, no, for me it was 1 monkey, 2 monkey, but you can have any animal, you know, or whatever works for you.
Whatever your preference.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here the turn on the haunches, the horse just stumbling a little bit there, so the step's not quite even. So being even, rhythmical will earn the top marks. And again, that's what the riders are looking for. How can they eke that extra little half point percentage or half mark out of everything, because the marks in the half points there. And then coming up to do the mirror image, so the rider collects the horse up, contains the energy, ready to do that stepping round. Really neat, tight sort of pirouette there. You can see different sizes. We say pirouette when it tends to be smaller pirouette, but these are actually turns on the haunches, so the size can be a little bit bigger. Again here, the horse, do you see the horse just changing a little bit behind, so he's thinking flying changes. So again, that will be taken into consideration by the judges. Be the case with the horses if they've been out in open competition, maybe doing the higher level tests with the tempi changes, which is the change every 2 strides, every stride, that sort of thing, that they can get a little bit excited about what they're doing, especially if they enjoy doing that. They're thinking, oh, let's do this, let's do this.
This is the point of having a collective who are both individual spirits, so you're needing to reining the excitement.
That's it, that's it. Good, clear change of pace there in the canter.
Well, Dianne Barnes, before her impairment, did compete in equestrian jumping, dressage, as well as horse racing. And it was actually her daughter Jodie who encouraged her to take up para equestrian dressage. And certainly that's a positive moment of change now. She is competing at the most exalted level.
That's it, the horse settling much more, the 10-meter loop much balanced, better balanced a little bit earlier, as you can see, settled in, the change there through the trot. Much better balance and harmony again in here, the medium canter. Back into the collected. And in this 20 by 60 meter arena, the rider will be wanting to use every single corner to set up the horse for the next movement, because the movements come up much quicker.
Yeah, we've extended the field of play from grade 1 to 3. That's on a grade 4 debut. Dianne Barnes getting the ovation deserved. A proud moment for the Aussie.
One difference you'll notice already, we talked about the butterfly waving, the silent waving. A lot of the grade 4, grade 5 riders will be quite happy for the audience to express themselves fully, and that will be decided beforehand, so that the commentator for the arena will be aware and will ask for the crowd to be quieter.
So Dianne Barnes, 65.444, currently in the bronze medal position at this very early stage.
And then we have a 28.9 mark, which is for the overall impression. We put that all together, it's converted into an average and then into a percentage. So lots of
there we see on the turn on the haunches. Quite a difficult movement to perform, especially if you're a grade 4 rider with a leg impairment in power, or maybe if you have the limb missing. And this horse has quite a lot of movement in his body, quite expressive. horse, but well contained at times.
L'impression générale. Alors vous savez que bien la barre était très haute d'entrée de jeu avec la tenante du titre de la Paralympiade de Tokyo, signant 76.
Team Australia certainly showing their support. Terrific ride from Dianne Barnes on her Paralympic debut.
Alors pour l'instant ce sont bien les individuels. Nous aurons le plaisir après une pause de demain de retrouver donc après-demain les épreuves par équipe. Et bien celle qui entre en piste, elle a 26 printemps, la demoiselle que vous avez devant vous, gagnant toutes les épreuves cette année à Cronenberg, championne du monde par équipe en titre et vice-championne.
So Demi Haerkens, our second Dutch rider, also as the previous two, making her Paralympic debut. She certainly does have pedigree, having taken silver in the individual event, the World Championships in 2022. And the Netherlands went to take on world gold. We certainly expect the Dutch to put up a big fight in the team event as well as individually.
They'll certainly be looking to try and top that podium.
Silver at the Worlds, but it was last year's European Championships. Enjoyed a clean sweep of medals. Demi Haerkens with individual event and freestyle to go with that team gold. But now, 26-year-old taking on the challenge of the Paralympics.
And what a setting to be riding in here at Chateau de Versailles. Straight centre line, quite an expressive horse again. And to show the medium trot, the horse's toes flicking forward. Into this 10-metre volte. And the shoulder in now, so the horse's legs, you'd see like 3 tracks rather than the 2 when you're looking from behind. So the horse just bent around the rider's inside leg. So the forehand comes off the track. Again, a lovely overall harmonious picture. The tempo, the rhythm staying the same. This is all the qualities the judges are looking for. Looking for the regularity of the pace, the elasticity, the balance, and the engagement of the hindquarters. So the hindquarters are the powerhouse of the horse, really.
It's a very strong start from Haerkens, and we can see her scores compared to that of her compatriot Voets.
She's definitely shone in the training arenas as well. Here you see the bend, the horse's head and neck just taken slightly off the track along with the shoulder. Degree of difficulty. And then the lovely square halt, 2, 3, 4 steps back within the prescribed number. Into the medium walk. Again, judges looking for the over track and the activity, the freedom of the shoulder. And then she'll just collect up slightly as she comes in for this turn on the haunches. Balancing the horse, making every single step count. What we don't want to see is the horse getting stuck on one hind leg and just pivoting on it.
Well, Haerkens received her first pony from her grandfather at the age of 5. 19 taking up our equestrian dressage. And certainly it must be a case when you're starting to medal silver and then golds at European Championships, you must bring that high confidence even when it's your debut at Paralympic Games.
It is, but you don't want to come in feeling too confident. Otherwise, I think you become a bit complacent and you don't put your best into it. So, but just the quality here is super impressive. Again, the balance, you look at that and it just seems effortless. Again, lovely change of bend there. The horse not even thinking about putting in a change or anything. She has him just so collected, so together. And there, the change through trot. Again, horses working at the higher levels, they will often anticipate that's going to be a transition into the walk rather than the trot, or they will anticipate a flying change. And into the medium canter, so the judges wanting to see a clear change between the paces. The horses going forward, just being allowed to stretch slightly into a little bit more of an open frame. Through to do the mirror image on the other rein. Again, the balance there as the horse changes bend, the rider just changes the bend slightly.
The Dutch are certainly not messing around. Both their riders out early. Look to be already making their intentions clear that they want a couple of places on the podium.
They certainly do. And when para dressage first came onto the world scene, the Dutch and the Danes, they were the world leaders. They were the ones to beat. So they are back on the rise. But again, it's just such a harmonious picture. It's hard to pick, you know, here, like the circle left 20 meters, 8.4, you know, just so good, so good. A little bit of hesitation there, but...
Well, no wonder she looks impressed with the performance of her and her horse, Daoula. Certainly, we looked at the comparisons between Sanne Voets and Demi Haerkens. There's a good chance she could be above her teammate, but we'll wait for the final confirmation from our 5 judges. They will take the scores, and if it's emotional for the riders, it's, I think, even tougher for friends, family and teammates on the sidelines.
Oh, you're on tenterhooks. Just the waiting and looking and the holding of the breath.
Well, brilliant from Demi Haerkens. The Dutch at the moment with a 1-2 as Haerkens 78.722 on Daoula. I guess the thing is, when you're on the horse, you've got control over what's happening. When you're watching, it's an emotional roller coaster.
It is indeed, and you just have to go with it. You have no choice, but it's definitely hard being there watching. And do you know, my coach, when I was competing, she would be riding every step, and I think people would look at her thinking, why are you clicking, what are you doing? But it's because she's just with you, and I'm sure, again, Demi's coach there every step of the way. Of course, the riders can't hear that. It's only our lower grade riders that maybe have the assistance of the voice in the ear reading the test to them.
Well, the Dutch has certainly come out on force. Demi Haerkens above Sanne Voets for a Dutch 1-2 as things stand. Alexia Pittier currently wanting to hold on the bronze position for the host nation. Are the Dutch going to be the masters of grade 4? We still have plenty who want to have their own say.
Deuxième du nom, cheval d'une vie puisqu'elle le monte depuis 7 ans, depuis qu'il a 7 ans ce cheval. Elle était à Gaspard des derniers championnats du monde. Ensemble, ils étaient de 2 championnats d'Europe, dont celui de Göteborg et 6e.
So Monika Bartys representing Poland, and another making her first steps out at a Paralympic Games. Not a bad setting for that. She has competed in most recent World and European Championships. It's been edging a little bit closer towards the podium. Can she produce something majestic here with the Chateau de Versailles shining under the sun down at the bottom of the canal? You're talking about coaches, she certainly already looks as if she's praying it might be skipping along. Monika Bartys getting her Paralympic debut underway, the 48-year-old on top of Kaspar.
And one thing with equestrian is the longevity of the riders. You know, you'll see riders from 13 that can compete here up to see them in their 70s. So plenty of opportunities.
And even some colour commentators who may yet end up back on a horse.
Who knows? Who knows? This could be the inspiration needed to get back out there. Just settling into that shoulder in. Again, judges, they're looking at the overall picture. They're wanting to see the harmony between the horse and rider. They're wanting to see the engagement of the hind end. We're looking for collected paces here, so the horse needs to be working through from his back end into the contact with the horse's reins, the bridle. She comes in to show the medium trot. Again, good transition back. And the circles, judges looking for the accuracy, that each half of that circle matches the other. And the circle leads nicely into the shoulder and sets the movement up. Again, not quite square. The judges wanted to give the marks, but little things like that, then being not square, will just take that score down a touch. And in this grade, you may see riders with different types of reins. They may have loops on their reins if they have a physical impairment that affects how they can hold the reins, keeping that contact. You'll see them in snaffle bridles and double bridles. Again, looking for this extended walk, the horse stretching forward, the rider allowing with the reins, not giving free rein, not throwing the rein at the horse so you have loops, but just letting the horse move out to take up the contact, stretch out, stretch the neck and the nose, and to give the biggest ground cover in that walk pace. And again, clear steps. Little hesitation in there. Rhythm could have been more fluid, but again, good clear steps to pick up the higher marks in that.
Monika Bartys said since her earliest memories, horses have occupied an important place in her life, and imagine that goes for a lot of those involved in equestrian and para-equestrian as well, is that some may come to it in different paths, but a lot have been around horses their whole life.
They have. They may have competed in open competition before having an accident. Some may have grown up with a horse in the family, and it's been a natural progression. Various routes in. Again, lovely transition into the medium canter. The horse very expressive in this, and then just collecting it back up. But I think once you've had horses in your life, it is a passion that stays with you. Again, the change of bend there, lovely and smooth. And the loop has what we call a coefficient of 2, so it's worth double marks because it's showing a degree of balance and control. Just a little hesitation there, the horse just a little bit of a choppy stride. Again, that movement also coefficient of 2, so it's quite important as a rider that you kind of prioritize those to get those spot on if you can.
Well, Bartys, away from riding, runs educational classes for children, teaching maths and analytical and logical thinking, and it's certainly logical to think she'll be very proud of a Paralympic debut. She bows to this very appreciative crowd in the temporary stands built here on the grounds of the Chateau de Versailles.
She just got the shot there of her reins. She does have some loops on them again. That would be, some riders might only just keep 2 fingers in there. Totally depends on that, but it just gives them that little bit degree if they're worried about losing the rein slipping through their fingers. It just helps them keep the length of rein that they require.
So Monika Bartys of Poland, 67 points, 611, 4th overall as things stand at this stage.
Indeed, 100% Polish combination. You are leading the way. The marks on the sword. Kasper is 17.
Again, lots to like in this test.
In this competition, and
the horse a little bit more free moving in this one, or a quicker pace in a sense. So, and just seeing the moment of suspension there in the trot. These pirouettes, not easy to perform. They look nice and easy there, but when you're on board.
And I guess obviously riders with coaches and can look back over the footage and you can see where you've gone well, but also why your mark was lower and where you can improve.
It's an important learning tool, and the athletes will be making every use of that so that they concentrate on the errors, especially if it seems that every time you go out this is happening. This is somewhere you can gain those extra marks. You really want to be looking for every single percentage point.
Monika Bartys in that unforgiving 4th position. A long way to go. We're just 5 riders in to a quota of 15 who will be competing in this grade 4 individual event.
La Belgique va venir nous rejoindre avec l'une de ses grandes championnes, si ce n'est pas la plus grande d'ailleurs, des Paralympiques qu'on a le plaisir d'accueillir, qui était justement de l'aventure de Tokyo. Là-bas, elle gagne la médaille de bronze du freestyle, l'épreuve qu'on aura le plaisir de vivre ensemble ce week-end. Elle a été 2 fois.
The last 4 riders have been debutantes. Manon Claeys back for her 2nd Paralympic campaign after being double bronze medalist at Tokyo 2020. The Belgians going for a very Australian colour, for a neat jersey design, focusing away from their usual red. And in Claeys, also last year taking 2 bronze medals from the European Championships.
And I think, Jeremy, one thing to note, she may be world ranked number 40, but don't be sort of led astray by that, because it doesn't mean that she's 40th in this, because she is a very, very competitive rider, as noted by her bronze sort of medals there.
Yeah, there's lots of things that go into a world ranking, depending on how much you've been competing or other things, but it could be a slight indicator, but not something we're going to focus on too hard. So Manon Claeys representing Belgium with Katharina Solenberg. Can she medal again? Can she even go one or two better?
Again, these horses in the grade 4s, so expressive. And this is the type of horses that needed now to actually, I think, podium. Again, she'll be looking to be super accurate, picking up every single percentage point that she can.
We should say that there is music being played, but in this individual event, it's just background music. If you're in the top 8 and you qualify for freestyle, that's when you choose the music and you get to choose your expression of
the music to suit the horse, whereas now, as you say, it's just background. And the horses, they're used to hearing this background noise. They actually quite like sort of sound in the stables. So on the field of play, that's entirely normal for them to hear that. The judge is looking for the clear transitions there. She collected in the corner to show the medium trot. And here, the transitions marker to marker. Again, the precise 10-meter volte. Set up into a lovely rhythmical shoulder in. Super square halt. Judges judging the performance, not looking at any physical impairment of the rider. It's purely what they see in front of them. Looking for the clear rhythmical walk, the collection into that turn on the haunches, the horse describing a small circle with the hind feet. And just letting the horse stretch out into the extended walk. I think for the higher marks here, we'd like to see it sort of more of a marching walk, and then to collect the horse back up again.
It's already been a very memorable Paris 2024 for 38-year-old Claeys. She, along with wheelchair tennis player Joachim Gerard, were Belgium's flag bearers at the opening ceremony. And along with competing in medals, that must be just a moment to cherish.
It's surprising how many equestrians actually have made it to be flag bearers this time round. Again, showing super balance in that change of direction. Judges looking for the harmony between horse and rider, as well as looking for much more engagement for these collected movements than would be seen in the grades 1, 2 and 3, although they are beginning to ask for that in those tests as well. Getting quite deep into the corners to set up for the next movements to come. Again, this movement with double marks. You see in the top left-hand corner of the screen, the transitions themselves in this grade 4 test. Some of the transitions themselves have their own set mark of 10.
in early 2023, she retired her horse San Dior due to an injury. Bought him in 2016 and was her partner to 2 bronze medals in Tokyo. Now it's Katharina Solenberg's opportunity to shine, and certainly the perfect occasion for that on a stunning day here in Versailles.
Definitely delighted with that performance, she is.
Also taking the opportunity to enjoy the crowds, the scenery, the Paralympics. Got to make the most of it.
You have indeed, and what a setting. This is just incredible as settings go.
And relief and delight, obviously, for the rider for Belgium.
Well, an absolute brilliant performance, 71.194 to currently sit in the bronze medal position. Manon Claeys.
Again, expressive horse, a lot of energy to contain. There you see the 3 tracks made by the horse's feet, so just taking the shoulder off the long side.
And the overall average percentage there, 71.
And again, super square halt. You just see the rider there encouraging the horse backwards, using the body weight, contact on the reins. Our grade 4 and 5 riders have much more stability through the trunk, so can use their body weight to influence the horses more. And there, her compatriots watching, Michelle Georges and Barbara Minetti.
Demi Haerkens still leads after 6 rides. Sanne Voets makes it current Dutch 1-2. And Manon Claeys, having just performed, sitting bronze position.
Pour l'instant, Alexia Pittier, que vous avez vu tout à l'heure avec ses 70, 806 pour déjà donc les 6 reprises de cette matinée. Bienvenue dans cette deuxième journée du para-équitation à laquelle participe aussi l'Afrique du Sud, la République sud-africaine, qui tient sa championne lorsqu'on est justement sur sa 6e Paralympiade. Elle a été à Athènes 2 fois médaillée d'argent, elle a été 2 fois médaillée d'or à Pékin, elle a participé à Londres, a participé à Rio, elle était aussi à Tokyo et 3 fois des championnats du monde. Pour l'occasion, elle aura
Philippa Johnson-Dwyer needs no introduction to the Paralympics despite a apparent world ranking of 0. This is her 6th Paralympics, twice golden in Beijing, having 4 years previously in Athens taken 2 silvers.
49 years of age, experienced indeed. She's already been to the Paralympic Games on 5 different.
She was the first South African equestrian dressage rider to win a Paralympic medal of any colour. Certainly will have her sights set on returning to Paralympic podium here at Paris 2024. Final few seconds before getting her 6th Paralympic challenge underway. Former 2-time gold medalist.
Philippa just taking the time. Once the bell rings, you have 60 seconds to enter the arena, just taking the time to settle the horse into the rhythm needed. She's here in rising trot. The riders can choose if they want to use the sitting trot or the rising trot. Very expressive movement. just looking around a little bit, just getting his attention back to her, keeping the focus.
The horse just in time. See, in performing, you want to be right on time.
You certainly do. No hanging about with these judges here. The bell goes, in you go. And lots of expressive pace here. Judges looking for the collective paces. So you want the powerhouse, the engine, the hind end of the horse to be pushing that power through to the bridle, to the hand, just being contained there to create that moment of suspension in the paces. Judges still looking for the harmony between horse and rider. In the shoulder in. So uniform bend around the horses, the rider's inside leg. Again, just not quite settled, so unfortunately it'll be a little bit costly on that. The horse not creating that complete halt. Judges want to see the immobility, as we see 4.6.
Well, 4 medals, 2 silver and 2 gold in the past. It was 8th place finishes in Tokyo, but that was only after recovering from heart surgery and discovery of cancer. She was out of the saddle for 7 months and only returned 2 months before the delayed games in 2021. So but it's amazing all those trials and tribulations, and yet the sport can give you something to focus on to get better and then amazingly perform at this level.
Totally. Many of the riders here have inspired the next generation to come on, and you'll hear that in the stories that they have to tell, that they are, and yeah, it's just through this, it just creates such opportunities, and people maybe in their dark selves may feel, what now, and they just get a little spark of something from seeing sportsmen in action and athletes in action, and what can still be done.
And of course it's focusing on what they can do and the performance levels rather
totally
than focusing on other things.
Totally. Couldn't agree more. In the walk, the extended walk that Philippa showed a little bit earlier, she gave the rein away and then picked up a longer rein that she has there. She has a combined rein, the double rein, but also she has another extra little loop on there that she can give the horse a bit more freedom in the neck, because the judges are wanting to see the horse stretch through the neck and just extend the front of the nose out slightly.
And it's challenging because obviously the further forward you're going, the more imbalance. So it's finding ways to be able to do it safely and with confidence.
That's right. And also riding with the one hand, you can't gather the reins up, so you need a shorter rein to start with. There's no place to hide when you've got just that one arm functioning.
It is incredible though, that seeing that through the 5 grades we have, that everything is done to allow athletes to perform at their best, and that will differ depending on impairments.
That's right. There are set items, items of tack, items of equipment that are allowed for different grades. So sometimes you'd see Philippa with a stick if she needs that, sometimes without. The different reins, different types of reins, the loops, these here, the joined together reins.
Fabulous performance at her 6th Paralympics. 4 medals at previous games. Continues to show her appetite for top-class competition. Just waiting to see the final score and where she'll be placing. Certainly you see, as much as you want to be on the medals or top 8 to qualify for freestyle, just being out here and being in the spotlight is quite a joy. 63.889 for Philippa Johnson-Dwyer, leaving her currently 7th with just in time.
Yeah, the judges, you know, would probably like to see her walk out of the arena, but she's not going to be penalised. The test finishes at the last mark is the Halter Mobility Salute. Whether they include that in the final collectors, I don't know, but obviously he was very excited to hear all the noise. And I think that was the fine balance for this horse. He has such expression, but just keeping his attention, which he did beautifully at times, but it's always a fine line. There in the canter, you just see that moment of clear air when all 4 feet are off the ground. And a proud family moment for her husband James. In the crowd, James Dwyer and the crowd just there has competed for Ireland, not competing at the moment. Not a suitable horse, but I'm sure we'll see him back in the frame again at some point.
Yeah, James Dwyer, a bronze medalist in mixed dressage team event for Ireland at London 2012. So plenty of Paralympic medals in the household. Won't be another one here. There could be a place in the freestyle, depending how our competition ends.
First of all, for today's competition, to be in the top 3, of course, and be with us for the victory ceremony. And of course, again, they'll have their eye on Saturday with the freestyle, individual freestyle, their competition to music. Well, they'll have to pull specific figures in a choreography they'll put together with their own music, and we'll only take the top 8 from each grade to go to the freestyle test on Saturday.
Elle fera peut-être partie justement de ces freestyle, la cavalière
Anita Hennie Johnsen of Norway, 53-year-old with Lyngard lucky and hoping that's a lucky charm on her Paralympic debut. She said she lives and breathes for riding. So what extra excitement performing now on the biggest para-equestrian stage with the Chateau de Versailles in the background.
And you'll see Anita here just setting up the horse. She would have already had a pre-plan in her mind of how she wants to enter the arena, and obviously depending on where the judge rings a bell is dependent on how you then proceed into the arena, but she will have that plan in her head.
Striding in for her first performance at a Paralympics in this individual event, grade 4, Anita Hennie Johnsen of Norway with Lyngard lucky.
Lovely hold off into the precise trot, rhythmical. Just looking for the balance. Again, the engagement of those hindquarters. Medium trot looking for a clear difference. Again, setting up that shoulder in. The judge is looking for a particular angle. The horses can often want to keep their shoulder on the track, so they're looking carefully at that.
This is their third major event together, this pairing. The 2023 European Championships, it was 13th in the end, but as is important to note, 53 years old and making your Paralympic debut. It's never too late to make it to this level if you have the right training, right horse and right occasion.
Very true. Age is immaterial. The only age that matters in this competition is the horse. Obviously, he has his sort of peak and his prime, but certainly the rider not so affected.
And what is the usual age range for horses in this type of competition?
The horse minimum age is 5, but for the lower grades of grades 1 and 2, because you're only using the walk and the trot, you can find some very young horses that are very, very mature in their mind. But again, you also want the experience, so you want them to have been out and seen everything so that they're as calm as they can be when in this situation, especially with the crowd, the flags and that sort of thing. Whereas in here, sort of the 8s, looking at the 8s, the 9s, the 10s, I think 8 is probably the youngest you may see a 7-year-old. But again, it's got to be right in the mind. It's got to be totally sort of, not bomb-proof, but it's got to be so good with everything that goes on at that age. And again, you'll see the horses in their teens here, but they are coming to the end of their career. But at that point, they may be very suitable for an up-and-coming rider, and you'll see that in the sport, that these horses, a lot of these horses do enjoy it so much that they miss it when they come out, so they may be passed on to another rider. Again, good clear transition at the marker. The judges looking to award points, but they can only do so if you have the accuracy and the right tempo and the balance. Okay. Looking for the good, clear rhythm, the jump from the hind legs. And the rider's looking to put that change of pace into the trot, the change as they cross the centre line to make it balanced and even. Double collective, so this movement worth double marks. There we had the flying change. So unfortunately, you want to get back into the correct pace as quickly as you can. Put that moment behind you, concentrate on what's in front of you.
Because by that point, you can only make a difference to what's to come, not what's been before.
That's right, that's right. And also the horse has just had a flying change in its mind, and you're coming up to perform the change through trot, the simple change through trot. So you don't want the horse, you need to settle him enough, you don't want another flying change. Get that movement to come up. Get back into balance, back into the rhythm. She comes down the centre line to complete, and again the horses can often take that moment when they're coming down into the trot as a moment to stop. They're on the centre line and they may think halt.
Well, she said her memorable sporting achievement was being selected, but now she is a bona fide Paralympian representing Norway, Anita Hennie Johnsen with Lindegård Lucky.
Vous avez vu donc le déroulé des notes et avec bien évidemment en référence toujours
big smile.
Celle de Demi Haerkens qui avec ses 70.
She'll wait to see how she's placed the 8th rider out, and currently finding herself in 6th position, 66.472 for Anita Hennie Johnsen.
You have the breakdown of how our judges appreciated their performance for
I imagine for different riders they'll have certain level of expectations, and so when you're making your debut it's depending what your goals are, but she looked very happy with the performance.
Definitely very happy with the performance, and I think when you're coming into this sort of setting, you don't want to, yes, you want to be aiming high, but I think also you want to be realistic within the scale of things that you've already been achieving. Because there's nothing, I think, worse than setting yourself up and then coming out and not being happy. So yes, and she's obviously delighted with the performance of the horse. A happy athlete, happy horse.
8 competing, our top 8 performances on that screen. I'll pay obviously particular
attention
to the combination.
Fabulous occasion. Anita Hennie Johnsen, currently 6th after our first 8 riders. We still have plenty more to come. Demi Haerkens, though, has also, while leading at this stage, has qualified as one of our top 8 riders, and that means she will perform again later in these Paralympic Games in the freestyle event. Sanne Voets looks a good bet to join her along with Manon Claeys. The rest will have to wait and see, and of course we'll have to wait and see if the positions change drastically. Medals up for grabs in this individual event, grade 4 on day 2 of Para-Equestrian.
Jamais. Si vous voulez repartir avec de beaux souvenirs de votre séjour ici Versailles à l'occasion donc de Paris 2024 qui organise pour vous justement le para-équitation.
Let me remind you that our food and beverage concessions are open and they offer a wide range of tasty and sustainable options, as well as a selection of cold beverages. We have a short break now. This is the time maybe to go off and obviously pick up a drink or something to eat. And of course, we've mentioned him, our mascot, Frige, who is one of the many different products that you can pick up in one of our stores here on site to take home. Of course, we know friends and families love to have goodies from the Paralympics as Frige. There are many different things, so do obviously go and do your shopping before we run out of stock and before the queues are too big.
Voilà, et bien maintenant effectivement, puisque vous êtes amoureuse de Vinch, Alison, indéniablement, et bien nous sommes sous le charme aussi de Vétiver, celle qui va vous accompagner donc musicalement. Oui, elle est bien là pour mixer pour vous. Et bien on va lui laisser le plaisir de faire parler tout son talent DJ Vétiver. Au manet et au platine, coucou.
Indeed, we've already been hearing tracks mixed live by her here at Chateau de Versailles, and have another music set coming up. DJ Vétiver is in the house and is mixing live for you.
Un météorite m'a percé le cœur. Vous sur la terre, vous avez des docteurs. Transfusion de mercure.
bienvenue. Allez, installez-vous, prenez place. La compétition va reprendre dans quelques instants, mais quel bonheur en tous les cas de partager ce moment juste fabuleux qui aurait pu...
So the individual event, grade 4, Demi Haerkens of the Netherlands in first place and qualified for the freestyle event later in these games. We have 7 more riders to go, and then we'll know our podium, our medalists, and the top 8 into that freestyle. So a lot can still change, but 78 points, 722 from Demi Haerkens on Daula is a very tasty time to try and beat.
We are delighted to welcome you to the most amazing venue ever, this Chateau de Versailles venue with the Palace of Versailles in the backdrop. Once again, I remind you that during the dressage test to remain, to not move around, you can move around obviously in between riders and when we have our breaks. And once again, as the horses come in, of course, the silent wave is the optimal way to welcome them, as it describes it in French and English. It's like with your hands, but of course it's a lovely way in French, which is like a butterfly wings. Butterfly
ça, c'est exactement ces petites ailes de papillon. Voilà, vous allez pouvoir, pour celles et ceux qui viennent de nous rejoindre, les utiliser. Regardez, levez vos mains, levez-les, agitez-les. Voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on fait ces fameuses ailes de papillon pour dire bonjour à celle qui vient donc nous rejoindre.
So Louise Duncan representing New Zealand, preparing for her performance in this individual event, grade 4. So a debut for the 36-year-old on Showcase BC as we look out onto the stunning grounds, Chateau de Versailles, a prime spot to celebrate para-equestrian sport.
And our second group of riders, we're still in grade 4. We have 7 more to come as we head to New Zealand now. She is 38 years of age from New Zealand, as is her horse, Showcase BC, who is 15 years of age and is from the New Zealand Stock Association. This is
so the Kiwi team support from the sidelines. We've seen a number of debuts already at these Paralympic Games for Paris 2024. It's now our first New Zealander, Louise Duncan, and Showcase BC preparing to showcase their talents on the biggest stage.
Right, I'm just taking a moment just to settle for a clear transition, moving off into the collected trot. Judges looking for the expression in the trot, the balance, the cadence, the rhythm, and wanting to see all of it stay even. And here, the horse listening to his rider, the ears flickering back to the side and back, checking in with the rider.
The music says, don't impress me much, but that's certainly not the case in terms of the performance of Duncan and the pairings we've already seen.
The music we're hearing, that is just the general background music. It's not set for the horse, and it's not a tester music. That comes later in the competition, where the riders can choose music to match the horse's personality and their paces. A lovely smooth test. Looking for that difference, the lengthening in the stride there for the medium trot. Looking for the balance and the bend, the uniform bend on the circle, even size. Setting that movement up for the shoulder in, and then at the end of the shoulder in at the marker, looking for the shoulders to move back, make the horse straight on the line. And for the higher marks on the halt, judge again would be looking for a square halt The judges looking to actually give the marks. They want to reward the partnership.
A reminder that there's notice the pavilions tucked away on the side of the field of the action, and 5 placed at different spots. They'll get different views, and the aggregate score is what is being counted and eventually giving us our percentage.
Just sticking on that last hind leg, really good into the movement. Horse picking up his feet a little tentatively, but just one little pivot stride. Judges liking to see every clear step on that.
Now, Louise Duncan, riding from the age of 2 and involved in the sport again 2 years after recovering from meningitis treatment, and not till 2017 when she made the switch to para dressage.
Again into that pirouette. A little better there. A lot of our riders will have been involved with horses for a long period, from childhood, and then you'll have others who have come to the sport through therapy riding. Again, this double marked movement, the 10-meter loop, for the bend through the body, the rhythm, balance.
Certainly no surprise that she was riding from such a young age. Her parents, Lloyd and Frankie, having competed in equestrian jumping and dressage in New Zealand. Just a reminder, at the top of your screen you can see the number 1 beside Dutch rider Haerkens, who has set the tone, and every subsequent rider will see how their marks are doing in comparison, and so can give us an idea of where a challenge might come.
And I think looking at the marks that are being given here for Louise, I think the way to pull up the extra marks to gain the higher marks is just on the straightness. You see as he comes across this, on the diagonal, the quarters are just slightly in and on the corners, but a really lovely overall picture. Working together, horse and rider in harmony, just those little moments that would make all the difference.
And I guess the thing, especially with you're describing the straightness, that's going to be marking her down.
Sorry, as we see, just literally there as you spoke, that the hindquarters were in slightly, so that's the.
And if you're doing that consistently across the board, it's going to be hard to break that 70% marker.
That's it, but she's well on her way to improve that.
Big cuddle for Showcase BC for helping showcase Louise Duncan on her Paralympic debut. The duo producing a strong ride, and we'll wait to see where it places. 2 markers for the riders. Podium, obviously the biggest dream, but also a top 8 will open the door to return for the freestyle. Only the top 8 will get that honour.
At the end of the test, the rider will just let the horse have the reins, let them have the freedom as they come through.
Louise Duncan in 8th position with 64.945% across the judges' scoring. She'll hope to hold on for a place in the freestyle later in these Paralympic Games.
I think it's a lovely conversation. If you're not going to podium here, to actually be able to go through to the freestyle, you've had your moment out here. You've been out, you've been in the atmosphere, you know what to expect, and then you've got those extra days to just work on those little points that will pull your marks up a bit and come back out with the slate set clean again, isn't it, for the freestyle?
Of course, it'll be interesting because not all riders will be involved with their nations in the team event. So some of the riders who do qualify for the freestyle will have that additional time to really focus and try and finish as high as possible.
That's it, and teams of 3. Some riders here riding as individuals.
Well, wonderful applause from the crowd. And what an honour it is for these duos. Vladimir Vinchon getting particular cheers. He's a home rider, the world number 6 on Pegasus Mayenne. Vinchon, the name of his primary horse was changed from Ferretan's Ferrossi to Pegasus Mayenne in mid-2023. The name representing the department of Mayenne in northwestern France, for which Vinchon is a sporting ambassador. Well, Team Les Bleus looking on, and for the French public, the biggest challenge is to try and keep their emotions in check. You can often have a lot of oohs and shushes, but Vinchon having to focus on the task at hand. It is his 3rd Paralympics after London and Tokyo. It's a home games at the Chateau de Versailles. It doesn't get much better than this. Well, that's unless he produces a gold.
That will certainly be his dream. That will be his goal for today. And Vladimir will be, yes, he's got the backing of the home crowd. He's aware they're there, but will have tuned them out. He'll just be focused on him and the horse, producing their best work, moving smoothly into that shoulder in. And again, the stick, carrying the stick on the right-hand side will help aid the horse because there's no physical leg there to give the aids. So the aids will be a little bit uneven for the horse, but the horse will have been trained to accept that.
And as ever, the important thing for the athletes and horses is just finding what works best for them in order to have that connection and performance.
It is very much so. And what might suit one horse might not suit another. So this will be the optimal horse for him. They have worked together to hone their skills together. And as you can see here, he's having to move the right shoulder of the horse off of the long side of the arena. So again, you wouldn't realize he didn't have that aid there to help him. Again, the precise 4-step terrain back. And again, just a lovely harmonious picture. All plays its part in the judges' scoring of this. They're looking for the harmony, the balance, the straightness, the contact, and the rider's hands to the reins. Again, good clear steps in the half or the turn on the haunches. And again, the stride, the difference in the stride, the clear over track. This horse has such a superb walk here. He'd make a great Grade 1 horse as well. Just gathering up the reins, the transition to prepare the horse, collect and then turn on the haunches. Not such good rhythm as a turn on the horses on the other rein, but still very good. And the collected canter. It comes to this loop, looking for the balance and the change of the bend. You still want to see the horse bending through the body. Making use of the corner of the arena to set the horse up for this simple change through trot. Again, looking effortless. And that's, as a rider, what you want to do. You want to people to not see your aids, to just feel that it's all happening as if by magic.
There was a car accident in '94, day after a victory secured in a horse race in Belgium. After months of rehabilitation, the focus was getting back on his horse and competing again. And that is exactly what Para Equestrian Dressage provides, that opportunity. And things only going from strength to strength as a sport. And it's getting a quite incredible coverage here in these spectacular grounds. And these are going to be the things the athletes will look back on if they visit Versailles. And you think, I was right there.
That's it. It's just such an incredible experience. Just a little blip there. The horse just shied slightly, I think, as it settled before settling into a rhythm.
Well, the crowd did brilliantly, but now they get to show their acclaim for the home rider, Vladimir Vinchon on Pegasus Mayenne. His third Paralympics, but there surely is nothing quite like your home games.
Truly not. It is the most amazing moment. And one thing you noticed him pointing at his horse, you'll find a lot of riders doing that because it is a partnership, and without the horse, you can't perform. And I have to say, all of our para riders are used to sort of being popped onto different horses and doing riding, etc. But this is a very sweet combination. I think this is the best horse I've seen him paired with.
Third place for Vladimir Vinchon after missing out on the freestyle in Tokyo. He's got a very good chance of doing so, and now maybe a medal, and in fact qualification confirmed. He will get to perform again here in Versailles. So 72.889, the marker now to beat to try and win a medal.
And again, you see in the box there, friends, family, coaches, the wringing of the hands, because it's just such a tense moment for them, just waiting to see how it goes. But I think this just so harmonious, really in rhythm and balance, so much to like.
It's also that occasion in which normally you might be traveling all around the world. You'll have maybe your team, maybe some support. But when you're at your home games, friends, family can grab their tickets. You can see him pointing to the crowd. It's amazing. And it is currently good enough for bronze. Demi Haerkens, Sanne Voets of the Netherlands, and Vladimir Vinchon on the podium and qualified to return for the freestyle event later in these games. There are still 5 places up for grabs, and we still have 5 riders to come. Plenty can still change.
La première fois qu'elle participe au Dressage après une très belle saison 2024, notamment à Dorn, à Kronborg aussi, où elle a performé grâce à cette jument de 10 ans.
Pia Wulff Jelstrup of Denmark She's had a terrific time with Zafia, and the pairing now going into this exalted arena to make their Paralympic debut.
And the Danes very much a team on the rise again. They were at the forefront of para-dressage at the beginning of the 1990s when para-dressage first came onto the world scene. And it's great to see them back in contention again.
That's so interesting, the ebbs and flows of nation strength, and those who are the pioneers have to end up responding once other nations start to invest time and money in putting together competitive duos.
Very much so.
Well, proudest punch, Pia Wulff Jelstrup representing Denmark, and Zafia as well making Paralympic debut.
And such a lovely smile as she set off.
Obviously you want to come in battle for medals, the top 8 for the freestyle, but that moment you set off and you're now officially a Paralympian, that in itself is a huge honour and achievement.
And coming when they come back in, if they're coming back in for their second test, just to know that they've made that, they are in that elite echelon sort of thing. They are a Paralympian. That's something. And also to hear if you podiumed as you come in, to hear your name come out, that again is just an incredible feeling and really sets you up. It lifts you.
Must be quite surreal. They must have called the wrong name. No, it's me.
Yes, no, I'm sure there have been others who felt that. But no, again, a lovely harmonious picture. This horse quite light on his feet. And you'll see very many different breeds of horse in here. The warm blood being the one that most people go for, bred for their paces, etc. But you will see some of the more native things. We have the Australian pony, cross Welsh. You will see a great sort of range of horses, great difference in their movements. But every rider looking for that special temperament in the horse. That is the key factor.
And you were describing the warm bloods and cold bloods there are ways of understanding where they're from and what that might mean in terms of their aptitude.
That's it. So the cold bloods more the draft horses, and the hot bloods the thoroughbred, the Arabs. But then many years ago the thoroughbred was used on the more draft horse to create more a refined breed, and it's developed into the competition horse. Obviously the thoroughbred good for racing and prized in eventing, a bit of thoroughbred blood. But here you'll see mostly the combination of warm bloods of different types. Again, looking for the stretch and the lengthening, not a full giving of the reins in the extended, but you want to see the clear overstep in here. Really good overtracking, so the hind legs stepping over the footprint left by those front legs. And again, the bigger you manage to get that walk, the more difficult it can be to come back into the collected walk. It can upset the balance and the rhythm. And almost tentatively up into the canter. This double coefficient 10-meter loop. And sometimes the horses, if the rider changes balance too much above them, they can just slip in a flying change. But all looking good and balanced here. Quite a quick change through the trot. Judges might possibly be looking for another stride or two of trot in there. Again, a higher mark possibly.
Well, as we see in the top of the screen, Haerkens' scores compared to the current rider Jelstrup with Zafia, and top 8 at the moment. It needs to be over 65.444%, and for the podium over 72.889.
From the horses that have gone previously, I would say it's just a little bit more expression to gain those extra marks, a little bit more lift in the canter, and a little bit more suspension in the trot, and she'd be there.
Well, certainly competing together since April 2022. They've had 11 podiums together, 2 this year. But this, the stringent of competitors. We'll see how she fares in the mix.
So there was much more energy in that medium canter that then flowed into the transition, into the trot, into a lovely square halt.
A wonderful moment, and to share with this fantastic crowd on the grounds of the Chateau de Versailles. And no doubts who's the real star, Zafia and Pia Wulff Jelstrup on a Paralympic debut, making the most of her time in front of the grandstands here. 6th place for Jelstrup, 68.861. She has a chance of making the freestyle. She looks quite giddy. It's so exciting seeing their reactions.
It is, isn't it? You know, she's really delighted that. Just showing the appreciation to the horse there. It's just lovely to see.
As you were describing, you can see why she hasn't necessarily made it towards the podium, but the quality of the ride overall has given her a chance to be a top 8 finisher.
That's it. The quality is definitely there. It just needs some fine tweaking. And that's what they will go away. And that's part of training, isn't it, you know?
And of course, until you've competed at this level against the best, it's hard to know where you can push your current ceiling.
Very, very true. Those horses here just looking, again, it's so new to them. Just so many crowds, more inexperienced horses, not been in this environment before. And yeah, just taking it all in. You can practice only so much at home. You can go off to competitions that have a bit of an atmosphere, but this is just another ball game. The flags, even the height of the stands, the arena looks more enclosed to them down there.
Yeah, this is certainly just such an incredible setting for those who know the para-dressage and those new to the sport, but all able to recognise Anna-Lena Niehues of Germany, world number 2, but she also making her Paralympic debut.
And again, riders, as part of their preparation, would have decided how they want to come into the arena. So the first rider that's come in at a canter there and then into the trot, getting the energy, sort of revving up the engine.
And this is why they'll be given that 60 seconds so that they can decide in that time period how they prepare themselves for the competition.
That's it. They get a chance to, a little bit of familiarisation, give them a moment to let the horse settle. But everyone has that. But it depends. You might get a little bit longer depending on where the judges are on what they're sort of doing there. But you do have those 60 seconds from when the bell goes.
German flags amongst many for all the nations being represented at Paris 2024. But it's Germany's time. And Anna-Lena Niehues with Quimbaya 6. first taste of a Paralympic competition.
And again, not far out of the medals in Herning, wasn't it, 2022, so she'll be looking to build on that experience. She comes into the medium trot. Good suspension shown. Flicking of the toes. Not every horse will have that ability to flick the toes, so you'll see some a little bit less flashier, but they can be equally as correct.
Niehues took up para dressage in 2020. Did take some time away from the sport last year, giving birth to her daughter Nelly, and returning by the end of 2023, so plenty of time to get back in the saddle, and it's a very strong looking start.
Very expressive horse, but then you've also got to be able to contain that energy. Lovely reaching forward, a clear difference.
Almost gliding.
Yes. Again, in this shoulder in, it can be very easy for the horses to just want to cling to the arena boards, and the judges will be looking for any deviation there. 4 steps back in the rein back. And the judges judging the performance, they're not judging any physical impairment of the rider.
Of course, if anyone was watching grades 1 to 3, we're now grade 4 and grade 5 to come, and that is just how they grade impairments in order to try and create as fair a playing field as is possible.
That's right, because we can't, it would be impossible to grade everyone. We'd have so many grades if we tried to put them in exactly the same. So you give some level of comparity with them, and then there are also a list of extra pieces of tack and equipment that can be used to help with the balance and your stability. It can't sort of hold you in the saddle, but you can have certain grades can have a higher cantle to just give that support to the back, or the extra knee blocks. Some will use shorter reins because they can't gather up the reins. So it's all to help just even the playing field, really. But then nothing can take the place of like sheer talent or the hard work that goes into it. That is down to the rider. Again, lovely smooth canter trot, canter transition. Lots of energy in the canter here, showing the clear difference between the collected canter and then back into the medium canter. Judges looking for the straightness. And so come back from the circle. And back into this loop, getting the balance of the horse to change the direction, change the bend without the horse changing leg.
Well, as you mentioned, her performance at the World Championships in Denmark, German Niehues finishing 6th in the individual event before 5th in the freestyle, so she was there or thereabouts. Is her score going to be good enough to push her towards the podium?
And again, the Germans as a nation, a great tradition with dressage, and they have medal podiumed in the past. Not a younger squad, but a newer kind of squad. Lots of new riders coming through. actually good for the sport because it keeps the older ones on their toes. Coming up that final centre line to her halt.
Big cuddle for Kimbaya 6, Anna-Lena Niehues. Maybe a Paralympic debut, but certainly the 40-year-old showing plenty of acumen. That nervous wait to find out the confirmed score from our 5 judges. Looking for that aggregate to give us our percentage. And it is a big result. Anna-Lena Niehues into third with 75.222%. Well, certainly mixed emotions for the partisan crowd, because she has pushed Vladimir Vinchon out of medal contention. But such is the atmosphere here. It's her performance that has earned that right, and importantly, she's currently in the bronze position, but she has qualified along with Haerkens, Voets, Vinchon and Claeys for the freestyle event for the top 8 riders in this grade 4.
And I think the home athletes, in a way, yes, they had the advantages of the crowd, but it is great to see that the crowd are still they are supporting a good performance. They're really taking these riders to heart there. Should be so pleased with this. As I say, up-and-coming riders, new to the sport. What more can you ask for on a world stage like this?
And what an honour, as mentioned. She took a break from the sport to have her daughter Nelly there in the arms of her partner, and that added extra sensation of performing in front of your family.
Avec donc 3 allures, ce qu'on vous a dit par rapport au grade qu'on a vu hier, qui se jouait donc sur le pas. Pour certaines d'entre elles, uniquement au pas, d'autres pas et trop. Et bien là, on a la chance d'avoir les 3 allures. Le programme reste imposé dans l'ordre des figures. Ils font exactement la même chose. Ça ne sera pas du tout la même danse. Ça sera samedi en freestyle. Allez, on part pour les États-Unis d'Amérique avec Dianne, notamment une jument. C'est même la plus jeune compétitrice dans ce groupe. La jument n'a que 8 ans. C'est une fille de vitaliste.
Well, now it's the time for the world number 1 from the USA, Kate Shoemaker, with Dianne looking to make her impression on this competition. Her second Paralympic Games after her debut 3 years ago. There was a team bronze earned. Shoemaker 8th, then 4th in the individual event and freestyle respectively, so plenty of room for improvement. And as we've seen, Deb, the USA have come to these games with a real intent on medaling as much as possible.
They certainly have. They've gone out, they've found the best horses they possibly can, and they've done their homework. They've done all that work at home, and it's certainly paying off for them in the arena.
Well, 3 medals so far. 2 have been golden in grades 1 to 3. Kate Shoemaker now getting the Americans campaign for a further medal performance in the grade 4 event.
I'm going a little bit later in a class. It's great in one way, but you've got all that anticipation, the waiting behind the scenes, the warming up your horse, and having to switch off all the other scores that come through, and that you just want to be so focused on yourself and your performance.
Well, super interesting that she is the coach of a new Paralympic gold medalist from grade 2, Fiona Howard. So now the master must follow the pupil.
Very aptly put. But yeah, it just shows that you're not just athletes, you're coaches. You have people who are actually taking their knowledge at one step further, passing it on. And it's all great to see within the sport.
and especially the taking into consideration the differences between the grades, and actually that there's movement between grades, but there's an understanding that fundamentally it's still para-dressage.
That's it, that's the overriding thing. It's all para-dressage. All about the harmony, the oneness with the horse. Known as this super balanced shoulder in, clear definition in the angle. Not quite square in the hole, but the judge is looking to give the marks and just deducting from the 10, working downwards.
The World Championships in 2022, frustrating 4th in the individual event, although she turned it into silver for the freestyle. That's obviously an interesting element. What happened in the individual event might indicate, but it won't tell you how the freestyle event will work out.
Not at all, because the horse has now been in the arena, it's seen the atmosphere. Also, riding to music, it can give a real lift to the performance, and it can just be such a different experience.
Yeah, because a reminder that the individual event, these are predetermined movements that they're being asked, and that's the same across the board.
Absolutely, in each grade, and this particular one, there'll be different numbers of movements for each grade, but this one has 28 movements to be completed, so scored from 10 excellent to 0 not performed. And here again, lovely, balanced, collected canter, using every inch of the arena to set these movements up. The double mark, double coefficient, 10-meter loop. Looking for the horse to keep the exact same rhythm, the exact same balance. A clear 3-beat rhythm to that canter. And not looking to see much movement through the change there, the canter, trot, canter. Looking to see the same steady contact through the bridle, through to the rein, the head and neck staying relatively still.
It certainly gets very interesting now, because Shoemaker, the third last to go after this performance. We will start to know who is medaling, and Shoemaker wants to be in that top 3. She's certainly scoring enough to be in contention. Haerkens' time at the top, our current leader, and she has been there for an awful long time.
Just a little hiccup there. Not sure what may have set that off. Possibly the horse caught the cameraman out of its eye there. Doesn't affect horses sometimes, but then it can just be that angle of something that just takes them, and while they've been settled through the rest of it, obviously just upsetting the flow there. Should be looking to pick up, but for 2.6 as a score for that, that's going to be a lot to come back for, so it has been a bit of a percentage drop, but she still has the collectives for her riding, for the horse's paces to come.
A salute there. Dianne brought to a halt as Kate Shoemaker hoped to try and get a first individual Paralympic medal, having been a bronze medalist with Team USA in Tokyo. It's always going to be tough given the standard, but the US have been the standard bearers, or the standard setters, after day 1 of Para-Equestrian.
And I think it was kind of partly expected, because obviously the Americans, any of the South American countries, they will be competing.
So 5th place for Kate Shoemaker, 72.222. It's not enough to medal, but it is enough to qualify for the freestyle.
Yeah, the Americans, the South American countries will all be competing on their continents. You'll have the Australians doing their thing, Asia as well. And then it's kind of only at something like this in a World Games that you get to see the bigger picture. And I think it does make a difference in having all those individual ones as to how everyone gels together and how the different performances mesh in to create this scoreboard that we've got today. That's just such an important, but was so well sat. So well sat. But she keeps her cool, she gets the horse back together again, completes, and again at the end just saying, look, my horse.
And she certainly has shown her aptitude in the freestyle, as we see Team USA with their medals in hand. Shoemaker, as of yet, hasn't added to that haul, but she has earned the right to have another crack. And as mentioned, a world silver medalist at freestyle. She'll be targeting that. So the good news for Demi Haerkens, she has a Paralympic medal. The question is what colour. Sanne Voets and Anna-Lena Niehues have to wait patiently and nervously.
I think that's the word, nervously. They all be sat there waiting.
So the penultimate rider, Louise Etzner Jakobsson, representing Sweden. The 64-year-old with gold strike BJ. Is that an omen that could see her make a real splash?
Individual silver medal, that's the competition we are watching today. 2 bronze medals also, that was from the...
We did talk about naming of horses. Some may be trying to level towards the type of medals, but others can be denoting lineage.
That's it, they're breeding. It can be the stud that they're bred at, that they're born at. It can be just the names that the breeder loves and wants, but as you say, a very apt name for Gold Strike.
And certainly Jakobsson has the pedigree to shake things up at the top of the leaderboard. Her 3rd Paralympics, a silver medal in Tokyo in the freestyle event. She went and took 2 bronze medals across individual event and the freestyle in Rio. Now it's Etzner Jakobsson's time to shine in the blazing sun. The Chateau de Versailles at Paris 2024.
A lovely move off here. These such an experienced pairing and a more of a compact horse than some of our leggier warm bloods. I just lost the rhythm there. Should be looking to get the horse back on side as quickly as she can, so it only affects one movement.
Because you've got to try and just put that to one side and focus on getting the scores you can still have an impact on.
You really have got to just let that go. Mustn't let it affect the next movement. The moment you stay back in that moment that's gone, you lose your focus, and possibly it could be a memory lapse, and then it's like, oh, where should we be? It's getting picked back up. Lovely rhythmical trot here. Judge is almost looking for that metronome quality, the 1-2, 1-2, in any of the paces, whether it's the walk, which is 4-beat, the trot, which is 2-beat, or the canter, the 3-beat.
Well, she already had the incredible honour of being Sweden's flag bearer at the opening ceremony. It has been great to see Para-Equestrian heavily represented, carrying their nation's flag.
maybe that's partly the longevity of the riders here in the sport, you know. They have been to a lot of games. Super square halt. Just a little bit rushed back, but good 2-beat rhythm, clear steps. And the walk looking for again the even steps. This the collected walk, setting up for this pirouette. You don't want the horse to anticipate too much and start swinging in the quarters. Working together very much as a partnership to go into the extended walk. The judge is looking to see a clear difference between the collected walk, where the footfall is much closer together, much tighter sort of thing, into the extended, where you want to see the length of the stride just, well, lengthening out. Some clear steps. A little tentative into the canter maybe. But again, good, clear 3-beat rhythm. This change of direction, not wanting to disturb the balance.
Well, it was certainly a tumultuous time leading into the Tokyo Games. In July 2020, her horse Zernar, who she competed with since 2015, was retired at 17 after the Tokyo Games were postponed, and then she broke her leg 7 weeks before they began, but she managed to persuade her doctor to remove the cast from her leg early. She didn't do too badly. She went on to get silver in the freestyle event behind double gold medalist Sanne Voets.
I really do think equestrians are doctors' worst nightmare. We're always bargaining on what leeway we can get and how quickly. It's not sort of, I think the first question is always, oh, when can I ride? When can I get back on the horse? But again, it's very much that the horse has given us a lot of incentive to do the things outside of equestrianism. You know, they really do give us that sense of the feel-good factor, really. Here, the medium canter again, a little blip in the one on the right rein, but settled again. So clear around on that one. Just collects him up to come down the centre line. Horses here often anticipate that being a halt there, where that transition to the trot takes place.
Well, a terrific outing for a seasoned campaigner, Etzner Jakobsson and Goldstrike BJ. Flags waving. There's a few furrowed brows. I think it's because they're desperate to know the score and see exactly where she is. And there'll be Sanne Voets, who was ahead of her in Tokyo, and Anna-Lena Niehues, who will also be nervously waiting.
That was our second last combination competing in grade 4 individual.
Well, 7th overall, 71.055 for Etzner Jakobsson.
Of Sweden, and that puts her into 7th place.
So that is enough for her to qualify for the freestyle, where she won silver 3 years ago. But it also means the Dutch do have 2 riders on the podium. Their question is one of colour. For Anna-Lena Niehues, she's held on to the bronze medal position, but there is still one rider to come. And have you mentioned about how difficult it is being bronze and the potential to end up being fourth.
It is. It's a hard place to be, and you're just on tenterhooks. You're obviously not wanting your fellow competitor to do badly, but you're so just wanting to hold on to that spot, especially if it's quite close, and you almost would rather be fifth than fourth.
So as things stands, as we saw, Haerkens, Voets and Niehues on the podium, but one rider left who could yet deny the German a medal. It would be some story, as we see Laura Ngasniemi, 24 years old, ranked 18th in the world with gold prints. Will she have her prints on a golden medal? It would be something quite surprising. Her Paralympic debut, she was 9th in the individual event at the 2023 European Championships. But at this moment, anything is possible.
And our final combination draws us on the start list with a 9-year-old horse who's a Swedish warmblood, a son of Goldberg. Gold Prince is his name.
Well, Goldberg to Gold Prince, a warm blood with certain legacy to follow on. Nervous wait on the sidelines, particular for the podium dwellers, but also Alexia Pittier, the 31-year-old French woman, for the moment is in 8th place. She will be desperate to hold on to that, as the top 8 will return later in these Paralympic Games for the para-equestrian freestyle. For the moment, it's Laura Ngasniemi who is taking centre stage, the final performance of the individual event, grade 4, on day 2 of the para-equestrian.
And what a stage to make your debut on. I have to say the quality of the horses in parasport, it's just gone through the roof the last sort of 4-8 years. It's just incredible, the quality that is coming forward.
And we denoted the fact that when it started out, it was borrowing horses, and obviously there's a difference in what that does to the competition, but the fact that riders are with their horses is going to mean a big rise in terms of performances and their connections.
It does. You have that chance to work with the horses, whereas when it was borrowed horses, you obviously only had 3 days, an hour a day to try to gel with the horse that you had drawn out of the hat. And as a rider, to be able to show your progressive work over a period of time with a horse, to just showcase it has a totally different feeling to when you're just showing your skill to be able to ride different horses. But it's more the fact that you're out there with your soulmate, really, and it's just an incredible moment. They're showing the medium trot strides, wanting that clear difference back. She just brought the horse back, just sat it on its hind legs a little bit. Again, the horse just looking around, a little bit of tension in there, so not maybe quite as relaxed as it could be to gain the higher marks. But again, being very accurate. Just a little bit stretched out in the halt. You'd like to see it a little bit closer together behind the hind legs, a little bit more under it.
No matter what Elton John is saying, she will be breaking potential hearts with her performance. At the moment, she needs over 70 point 8:06 to make it into the freestyle.
Collecting the walk up, ready for this turn on the haunches. Some lovely steps there. Clear 4-beat rhythm kept. It didn't pivot on a hind leg, so well performed. And you can just see like the score for the walk, because the horse is just not striding forward. So just penalised a little bit by the judges on that. Walk, one of the hardest paces developed, but you can help develop, but it's one of the harder paces. You can change a trot and a canter much more easily than you can a walk pace that the horse already has. Again, just pivoting there, so not as good as on the right rein. Just waiting for that transition. There we go. A little bit tentative.
She only just started her para-equestrian dressage journey when she was 21, 3 years ago. But she had many interest in horses from a young age. She did talk about bullying when she was at elementary school. Life seeming so hard, she didn't even want to go to school. But at the stables, she was with her friends and found safety in horses.
I think that a lot of riders would say to you, the horse just, I don't know, opens out their world. In a sense, it takes them places they wouldn't go. Most of our riders here are ambulant, they are mobile without aids. Some will use stick, but for our lower grades, certainly, the horse is their legs. They can get on the horse, they can go out, they could be riding through the woods of Chateau de Versailles here, where it's difficult to go with the chair at times. So the horse is just an enabler.
I imagine being able to focus on something that isn't about your impairment or what you can't do, and more about a shared passion and the excitement of competition.
That's it. You've just summed it up perfectly. And again, the collected canter, the horse just a little bit unsettled, just not fully working with the rider, listening, but not fully, I don't want to say compliant, but just not being maybe as easy and generous as it could be, not totally with his rider. But again, this is quite a new combination. I mean, she's only been in the sport 3 years, is it? That's a fast track to Paralympic Games.
Still producing strong scores, but the joy is there's a lot to improve on, but there's a very solid base to be working from.
There really is. Great start.
Well, of course, everyone dreams of medals, but being a Paralympian is an incredible achievement in itself, and look what it means. The emotion is so raw, doing Finland proud. Laura Kangasniemi with gold prints, a debut to be proud of. We'll wait for full confirmation, but very soon we're going to have the official list of our medalists and our top 8.
Obviously, we were saying 28 mandatory figures, and then the 29th mark, which is for the overall impression added together on the next drawing. And there,
Laura Kangasniemi, 63.722, 15th position. But a strong debut as a young rider. What it does mean, confirmation of our podium. Demi Haerkens of the Netherlands with Daula, a Paralympic gold medalist. And that moment likely take some time to sink in. And double Dutch delights on the podium. The Sanne Voets, the Tokyo gold medalist, will now be to the side of her compatriot Anna-Lena Niehues, taking bronze.
Can sing some highlights from the test. Such a good start to her Paralympic career. A lovely horse, just needs a little bit more time to gel as the partnership, and I'm sure they'll be upping their game.
Well, what a statement from Team Netherlands, and in particular the individual brilliance of Demi Haerkens. 78.722 was more than plenty for her golden Paralympic moment. So confirmation, Demi Haerkens and Daula, gold medalists in the individual event. Sanne Voets make it a Dutch 1-2. Anna-Lena Niehues with Kimbaya 6 taking bronze. And our top 8 mean there are 2 home riders who will be coming back for the freestyle. Vladimir Vinchon and Alexia Pittier, who would have been hanging on nervously. Her 70.806, enough to see her return later in these Paralympic Games.
A short break now. Obviously, food and beverage concessions are open and offer a wide range of tasty and available options. It's time to get some energy because, of course, back this afternoon for our second and final part of the individual.
That's a very understated reaction. I'm sure it will be a lot more emotional once the medal is handed out. Well, a wonderful display, grade 4 individual event. Demi Haerkens doing a Dutch delight, and it's grade 5 to come. But for now, the Chateau de Versailles, the crowd here just enjoying the aftermath of a brilliant grade 4 competition.
It's getting close to the fountain. And it does it. It fills the bottle. I must say, it really is overwhelming with Harry. And we're back with the free way. It's getting very close to the flowers. Phew. Yes, you saw the signpost. That could have been a falling. Right, let's go back to the stands now. It looks like the free just picked up a hot dog. Wow. It's vegetarian. And it eats it. Yes, it's good. It seems the free just finished eating. And it's off with its way. Wow. Half in the brown, the rest in the yellow. This really is the recycle of what we came for. Small actions, big difference.
Venez les amis, on va vous inviter justement à regagner vos places. Si vous êtes non loin justement de vos tribunes, installez-vous confortablement. Nous sommes à 5 petites minutes de la reprise de la compétition. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the competition will start in 5 minutes. Dans 5 petites minutes, nous aurons le plaisir de retrouver tous ceux qui vont pour une nouvelle fois venir nous rejoindre. Oui, mais un casting différent avec, encore une fois, pas moins de 17 reprises au programme, scindées en deux, qui vous permettront de pouvoir accueillir champion des champions. La compétition commence dans 4 minutes maintenant. Voici donc les juges qui auront le plaisir, comme nous tous, d'apprécier les reprises, sauf que vous mettre des notes et au combien important. Président donc de ce jury, ce sera pour la Belgique, Federica Sileoni. Nous aurons donc en puissant en H, Christina Marcussen pour les États-Unis d'Amérique. Du côté des Pays-Bas, elle en officiera en M avec Anita Hennie Johnsen. Alprin pour la France sera donc juge en B et juge en E pour l'Australie, Suzanne Greger.
And here are the names on a big screen of our judges who will be evaluating of the performances for our grade 5 this afternoon. Sitting on C, who is the president, representing Belgium, Freddie Lehman. Sitting on E for Australia, Suzanne Cunningham. Sitting on H for the United States of America, Christine Wysocki. Sitting on M for the Netherlands, Inke Jensen. And sitting on B for France, Anne.
Regardez donc justement, celles et ceux que vous aurez le plaisir d'accueillir donc à l'occasion de ce rendez-vous cet après-midi avec les 17 non-participants. Cette prestation qui sera la dernière avant d'avoir le plaisir d'accueillir les 3 meilleurs. On connaît déjà le podium pour le grade 4. Se décidera à l'issue de toutes ces reprises celui dédié donc au grade 5. Allez, installez-vous. La compétition va reprendre dans moins de 3 minutes en vous rappelant, mesdames, messieurs, qu'il serait donc de bonne loi de quitter vos déplacements justement pendant que le cheval sera en piste. De vous rappeler aussi qu'à l'entrée de chacun d'entre eux, ça serait parfait d'avoir vos mains.
So a warm welcome to the individual event, grade 5. Their chance to shine. The mild impairment affecting range of movement or muscle strength, deficiency of 1 limb, or mild deficiency of 2. Grade 5 also including athletes with vision impairment. But we're going to focus on the sporting achievements. Para-Equestrian Day 2. The sun is out and lighting up the absolutely majestic grounds of the Chateau de Versailles. Fortunate enough to be alongside a former champion of Paralympic Equestrian, Deb Criddle. How excited are you? We're now the 5th grade of 5, the grade 5, get their Paralympics underway.
It's a really exciting place to be, isn't it? And such an iconic setting. I mean, to have the Chateau de Versailles as a backdrop for your test, to be here in this amazing setting, the support from the French crowd, obviously lots of family supporters from different nations as well, but everybody just getting behind every single rider.
Speaking of which, we're ready to get underway. Big wide smile for a first ever Paralympic Games for this duo. Isabel Novak of Germany, the world number 5 on Syracuse Old.
Germany, 41 years of age, the rider here about to see competing, who is in the ring of
Well, the fans mixing between water polo, potentially, or another sport, I'm not sure, but certainly here to support our para-equestrian duo to get grade 5 competition underway. And Deb, you were talking about this moment for the horse and the pair to just try and get their bearings. So a little bit of action there from Syracuse.
There was to be looking to settle him quite quickly now. Once the bell has gone, you have those 60 seconds to enter the arena. But it's also their moment. It's not being judged at that point, but it's their moment to say to the judges, look at me, I'm here.
Well, quite incredible. Only last month called up for these Paralympic Games with Syracuse Old after fellow rider Martina Benziger had to withdraw. A shame for one, but a major opportunity for the 41-year-old German.
What a super expressive trot. The standard of the horses here at Para-Equestrian continues to rise. To the shoulder in. Judges looking to see the uniform bend throughout that movement into the half pass, the crossing of the hind legs and the forelegs. This grade 5 test, our more, not complicated, but the more technically demanding test for our least physically impaired riders, so riders having maybe just one limb affected. Again, judges looking at the rhythm, the balance, the regularity of the trot. Each movement awarded a mark from 10 for excellent to 0 not performed. And this test has a total of 30 movements. Back into a lovely flowing half pass there, the rhythm.
And these are predetermined moves that they have to work through in terms of the program.
This is a set plan. They know what they're coming to. This is not like the freestyle where you're given specified movements you must perform, but you can decide the order. And a bit like rhythmic gymnastics, you can decide what to do to join those movements together.
Reminder that the top 3 will go to the victory ceremony podium for medals, but the top 8, they'll all return for that freestyle and a chance to bring a bit of their own personality out onto the park. But for the moment, the individual event is our focus, and you can see the score of Novak at the top. Once we have her score, the subsequent riders will have their time contrasted against the leading rider.
You're just collecting the walk, ready for the half pirouette, the turn, the tight little turn on the haunches. Looking for the clear steps of regularity, no sticking of one hind foot and pivoting on it. There we go, good clear step shown. Mostly the collected paces shown in this test. Whose extended walk will be shown, extended canter. Here we go to the medium canter in this case. Judges looking for clear definitions at the markers and between the paces, whereas in the lower grades, paces can be, or sorry, transitions can be more progressive, but here they have to be definite and at the prescribed markers. Showing the counter-canter, showing real balance, the horse remaining on the outside canter leg. The true canter leg would be that inside leg. And a horse, if it's not balanced properly, will want to do a flying change. Right into the extended canter, wanting to show the full expression in the pace.
Quite incredible to make your Paralympic debut when a month ago didn't think you'd be competing. I'd mentioned Martina Benziger with the heartbreak of her horse Nautica passing away, something that Novak herself saw happening to her 14-year-old Stanford in the beginning of 2023. She certainly said the loss of Stanford was so hard. They had targeted the Paralympics, but able to honour her memory with Syracuse Old, and it can be a real challenge if you're benefiting from something unfortunate happening to a teammate, a friend, but you have to then go out and represent.
That's it. I guess it'll always be in the back of your mind, but you have to really put that to one side because you're there to do a job. You're there to do a job for your country and then for your horse, showcase your horse like that. So yes, onto that centre line, into the halt, looking for the square halt.
Well, it was a short turnaround from call up to performance, but when you're seeing around 70%, you know you're certainly in with a very good chance of a top 8. And then it's just a question of seeing how the rest go. It's a long wait when you go first, but no wonder the German is looking absolutely delighted with Syracuse Old.
And while the rider's leaving the arena on a long rein, then the judges will be placing their collective marks. So they're looking at the general impression. The harmonious presentation of the athlete and the horse combination.
Isabel Novak goes into first place with a 71.282, and we'll wait to see how long she can remain there.
A really well presented test. These movements come up quick and fast in the grade 5s. Every moment counts. A clear suspension there, look, as the horse springs from diagonal pair of legs to diagonal pair of legs. A lot of expression in there. And the riders in grade 5 probably using the least amount of adaptive aids. You might see more of a change in the types of reins that they're using. Some of the riders may be missing fingers, so therefore can't hold and grip a rein, so they need a loop that they can just put the palm of their hand through, or it may be if they are an amputee, it may be that they have the rein safely sort of looped around above where your elbow joint would be. So lots of different ways that tack and equipment can help level the playing field.
Christina Marcussen of Norway with Zoro Horis, world number 27, preparing to enter the arena. 2023 European Championships, her first major event, 17th in the individual event there. Team Norway 11th overall. She has said her ambition is to win a medal at the 2028 Paralympic Games. So this, I guess in her mind, a stepping stone, but once you're out on the sand, you're going to want to try and see what can be achieved.
I think stepping stone is a very good way to put this, because it will be very easy to go into this and say, okay, I want to be up there with the top. But she's set a realistic goal that she'll be working towards that. She'll be using the experience here to build on. It's a huge learning curve coming into these games, and she'll go away with plenty of experiences to work on and develop. But a lovely, lovely shoulder in there, clear balance, rhythm, the angle staying the same. Again, the collected pace is shown here. Just a little resistance coming into the halt there, the horse a little bit onward bound. But again, clear step shown. And the music in the background, it is literally just background music playing. A little variation in the angle of the shoulder there, horse just not quite on a defined line. So if you keep your line, you're going to earn the higher marks. Test a mirror image, one rein to another. Transition to medium trot and back at the markers. And some of these transitions themselves have their own mark just purely for the transitions. And in the extended walk, looking for activity in the walk, a real purposeful march. The horses are allowed to sort of stretch out into the rein contact, taking the neck and the nose sort of forward and out.
Of course, we can see in the top left of the corner, Novak of Germany went first. Her score, well, now you can see the comparison with how Marcussen is doing. Give you some indication. And there's 5 judges that are placed around the field who are aggregating their scores to give us our overall percentage.
That's it. I always think that what you lose from one, you may gain from another, just depending on the angle of vision. So again, picked up some of the marks again now, coming up more comparative with Novak. Collected canter, looking for the balance, the rhythm. And then into the counter. Really good, no change in rhythm there. To the simple change through walk. And a lot of horses at this level, most of the riders here will be out competing in open competition. And at this level they're working, the horses would be maybe expecting a flying change there. So the simple change, you need to keep them balanced and with you, and just contain. So
is that to do with also the clarity of the messaging, the nudges, the things you can do?
Yes. The rider's aids, they can be using their weight, their legs, the little hill, the little changes of the balance, all little cues for the horse, the seat bones even, because our grade 5 riders, they'll have more use of their trunk or full use of their trunk, and changes in just weight of how you're sitting, just putting more weight onto one side than the other into the seat bones can be a cue to change a leg. So in our lower grades, you will see some riders with lots of upper body movement, lower body movement, and the horses soon learn to differentiate between what's an intended aid for them to react to and those that are background noise. A bit like the music here is just the background music to ride to. The horse learns to differentiate. Onto this centre line. Straight centre line to the halt.
Fabulous first outing at a Paralympic Games. The grounds, the Chateau de Versailles. After the Euros a year ago, now the Paralympics, 38-year-old Christina Marcussen of Norway, certainly getting a taste for the big time. Christina Marcussen, 67.974% into second position, but a long way to go. And 17 in total riding grade 5.
And just the end of the extended trot here, bringing the horse back, showing the difference in the stride length. Oh, what a superb background there, the Chateau de Versailles. You see a rider with rein stops, just to give it a little bit more grip on the reins. And it may be something as minimal as this that you see in the grade 5s. Riders can carry a stick or wear spurs just to refine their aids. And then the horse got a little bit exuberant at the end. That's just the noise. It may not have been in such an atmosphere as this before.
Something very special, and rightly taking every moment in, enjoying moment in the French sunshine.
So the rider was in quite dark glasses. Again, that is allowed in the sport because there may be some vision difference there.
Plenty of newbies in grade 5 Paralympic. Our third debutante, Lotta Walling of Sweden, heading out with question mark. Now looking to produce an answer.
As we head to Sweden now to welcome our third combination, Lotta Walling, who is 56 years of age.
Seventh at the individual event at the European Championships in Ressenbeck, Germany. Improved to 6th in the freestyle. That's a reminder that there are medals on offer for grade 5 for the top 3, but the top 8 will have the honour of returning to this incredible arena in the freestyle. But for the moment, Sweden looking on. Lotta Walling, the 56-year-old with question mark, preparing for their first Paralympic ride.
Again, very expressive movement from this horse, and it is just chance, or maybe the music master's preference on this. Music is not being judged.
The quality of the combination is 10 out of 10.
Absolutely, no question mark over that. See, I'm learning. But the rhythm, and actually horses do listen to the music, you know, and this is really nice to dance along to. So,
but it's interesting that because we've got a predetermined routine, they have to do certain steps. They can enjoy the rhythm, but it doesn't put them off.
No, it's purely in the back of their mind. They are focused as riders. They are focused on the animal beneath them and the movements to come. The minute the movement's done, even if it's not quite gone as you planned, that's in the past. You just look forwards. And again, in the shoulder in, just looking for the same angle, for the length of that movement. Good crossing there in the half pass, so the horse bent around the rider's inside leg as it moves sideways and forwards.
The scores so far that are comparing kindly with that of our first rider, Novak from Germany. Wallings took up para-equestrian just a couple of years ago. She had been involved in non-para-equestrian dressage before injury in a fall, and she's talked about it being so much to her to be able to ride again, considering, which I imagine is not uncommon, is that she clearly thought she was never going to ride again.
No, and it's always a worry for riders if something happens and you can't, because horses are alive. They are a lifestyle. They're not something you pick up and put down. They are a lifestyle, really. And the partnership that develops, and if something happens, I think we are doctors' nightmares, because we just say, when can we get back on? When can we be out and doing? That's all that's on our mind, because it's just, I don't know, the feeling it gives you. It's many a person's happy place.
Certainly interesting to note that Walling then must be one of her own worst nightmares, as she is a qualified doctor and veterinarian, so she can obviously mark her own homework.
She can indeed. Again, the extended counter there, wanting to see the lengthening in the stride. Very big moving horse this. The powerhouse, the engine really working, but then the rider has to work to contain that energy, and it's that energy that gives the expression in the paces. And the judges will reward that expression. As they has to be controlled. Again, it's a simple change, a little bit abrupt, but good strides in the walk.
It was actually during her rehabilitation that she decided to occupy herself with the study to be a vet and doctor, and certainly in terms of being a vet, is that surely going to be a massive help when you're working, dealing and competing with horses?
It is. I think she'll probably want to switch that bit off while she's sort of doing this, and that will be, again, in the back of my mind. But yeah, it's an interesting question. Again, the counter. A simple change, just a little hesitant. Back up into the counter. Judges looking for one or two strides in the walk. And then into the extended trot. Just making it look so easy and effortless. Down that centre line.
A salute to the crowd. Plenty of encouragement to Zoro Hoiris. Sweden waits for the score from Lotta Wallin, our third rider to have competed in our grade 5 individual event, the final individual event from our 5 grades.
And just see the clear crossing there. The horse bent to the left, around that rider's left leg. A real harmonious picture again. The judges looking for that harmony as well as looking for the collective paces, the expression. They still want the harmony to shine through.
The scores in. Lotta Wallin 69.026, the virtual silver medalist from Sweden.
À une Paralympiade, c'est le cas de celui qui va venir nous rejoindre et par deux fois déjà le plaisir d'y être. Il a même eu le plaisir d'être sur le podium puisqu'il était à Rio pour sa première Paralympiade. Il a été médaillé lors de la dernière à l'occasion justement de celle de Tokyo en étant médaillé d'argent vice-champion paralympique 2021 à Tokyo, celui qui a été aussi pas moins de 2 fois les championnats du monde.
Brazil's time to shine.
Où il a été donc
in a real scorcher of a day on the grounds of the Chateau de Versailles, where para-equestrian has followed on for the Olympics, making this their home. Now looking to continue his Paralympic journey, Rodolfo Rescala of Brazil, ranked inside the top 20 in the world, riding with Denzel.
As we head now to Brazil to obviously watch a combination of rider who is 13.
So a third Paralympics after what would have clearly been an emotional home debut in Rio. He was 10th then in grade 3, but 5 years later in Tokyo, he became the individual event silver medalist. Couldn't quite make it a double. 5th in the freestyle, and he'll be certainly, I'm sure, coming here to try and upgrade to samba colour.
And a rider can choose what pace they enter the arena into the field of play. And Rodolfo choosing to come in canter, setting the horse up.
So Rodolfo Rescala, the Tokyo silver medalist, gets his Paris 2024 campaign underway.
And earlier you mentioned that he had ridden at grade 3. He is a rider that is graded lower but has chosen to ride higher. But an athlete has to stay within that grade throughout the year. They cannot swap and change between. But he's chosen to ride at the highest level at grade 5. And like many of our grade 4, grade 5 riders, he will compete in open competition and at a very, very, very good level, at a winning level.
And that just tells you all you need to know about the level of para-equestrian. It is normal that they also compete in open. But what decisions would have been likely going into wanting to compete at a higher grade?
Because the movements in the test might better suit the horse, and just psychologically as a rider, you maybe want to ride at the higher grade to show that this is your ability, that this is what you can do.
It's certainly working with a silver medal already in his pocket. But I'm sure you can attest, Deb, winning one, winning another, and winning another. You don't get bored of winning, right?
No, but winning is not always the end game. It's like, for me, it's the process and being the best that you possibly can be on the day. But yes, a medal is a nice thing to have. And scores showing on the left-hand side of the screen. Keeping kind of pace with Novak in first sort of position at the moment. But very different types of horses. You'll see quite a variety of types of mostly warm bloods in this. Again, Rodolfo, he has to lean forward because he can't give the reins and take the contact back. Then he has the loops on the reins, so he leans forward to allow the horse to stretch and lengthen that stride. Oh no, we would say that very pony club with a little shake there. Very inconsiderate of the horse. Maybe a flyer just irritated it or something, so yeah. Can't blame him really, but just such a shame. And I think the way the horse is trying to bite at his chest, I think he's probably got a fly that's irritating him.
Yeah, you can say, looking around and even around us, there is certainly plenty going on. But it's, of course, it's something that you are going to be graded down on. You're not going to be able to put your hand up and say, "Oi, fly there."
No, that's it. There are no exceptions to that. And to be honest, also a little bit of a shame that was in a double coefficient mark. So the movements weren't just worth 10 because it gets times 2. So that was an extra possible marks he could have had there.
So in those cases, if you've had lower scores but you're coming into that double movement, then that can be a great leveler. But obviously if you make the mistake or something happens, then it's hard to come back from, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, he still has a chance to pick that up. We've got, 3% difference with the quality of the horse and accuracy, and it's possible. It's difficult, but it's possible. It's got to put everything into nailing every single little movement to pull that back. Lovely balanced counter, looking for this counter now. The half 20-meter circle. Rhythm not changing, keeping that balance. And then the simple change. Riders looking for sort of 2 to 3, 2 to 4 steps of walk before making the upward transition again. Super extended trot. Back to the collection. Judges looking for transitions on the marker, clear, concise. So it comes down that centre line to finish.
And there might have been a fly in the ointment, but it's certainly not dampened any of the joy being taken by the pairing of Rodolfo Rescala and Denzel as they wait to see where their marks will take them in our virtual table. Isabel Novak, for the moment, is leading in first. 71.282, the mark to beat if Rodolfo wants to upgrade silver from Tokyo.
I think another crowd please of...
Well, second place for a Scala of Brazil, 69.615.
That's a second place for him.
Yeah, Rodolphe based here in France, so I think the French support very much for him as well.
And also interesting to note, equestrian is a gender-neutral sport. It's unique across Olympic and Paralympic movement. And in fact, also part of the just 17 males, just 21%. It's women-dominated, but he has made his mark and for the moment placed where he was 3 years ago in the silver medal position. We'll wait to see if he can hold on.
It's always a long wait from the beginning of the class to the end of the class.
So after 4 riders, Isabel Novak leads the way, the only plus 70% score. Rodolfo Rescala of Brazil in second. Lotta Walling of Sweden in the bronze medal position, with Christina Marcussen fourth. Regine Spelkamp of Germany, the world number 3 on Highlander Delights. And will there be delight come the finale? She didn't medal in her first games in Tokyo, 4th in the individual event, but certainly made up for that with a brilliant bronze in the freestyle. And a reminder, the top 8 will return for the freestyle, which makes it a very sought-after competition. That will finish a para-equestrian at these Paris 2024 Games. But it's the individual event that is the focus for now. And Miss Spelkamp, a 4-time world and Euro medalist, but yet to have a golden moment. Is this to be her time with Highlander Delights?
Just taking the time to set the horse up just as she wants for her entry.
I imagine it's also a chance for the athlete to focus themselves.
To take that deep breath and just settle in.
All the hard work has led to this moment. Now it's a chance to take a moment by scruff of the neck for Regine Spelkamp of Germany.
Very light background music to a horse very light on his feet. And our rider's in the grade 5 with the least physical impairment. It may be just affecting one limb. The volte setting up the half pass left. Super rhythm. Into that halt. Very nearly square. 3.5 steps back. So that's within the parameters. On the 10-meter volte, the judge is looking for each side of that circle to match, to be circular, not diamond shape. Perfectly circular again, showing the crossing of the hind legs and the front legs. The uniform bend through the horse's body. into the extended trot, looking for the lengthening of the frame, as well as the longest open stride of the trot. And then transitions to medium walk, and the medium walk itself with 10. The extended walk has 10 marks of its own, a possible 10 marks of its own. And then coming up to turn across the center of the score, setting up the walk pirouettes, collecting the walk, then asking the horse to sit and step around. Ideally a circle of a dinner plate size. But again, that's just the ideal.
So as you see, two Germans compared. Novak still our early leader in this grade 5 individual event. Isabel Comp wants to join her compatriot. At the moment is giving a good go to try and rise above. She did say getting into para dressage was a maturing process in which she got to know many people, and importantly, she said she got to know herself better.
You learn an awful lot about yourself through this whole process, and you learn so many more skills other than just the riding. It's the mental acumen, the learning process, and you're also developing skills that will see you through your lifetime in your working life outside of horses.
And as you've talked about the fact that you're combining your time with a living being, it's such a different thing that can really bring you out of your shell.
It can totally. Lots of riders come to dressage, equestrian sport, through therapy riding. Not all, but there's a big percentage that do, and they don't go into this with any intention of taking it to this level, but they learn so many new skills and their horizons are just opened, and they realize what is the potential. That's the great thing about the Paralympic Games, that it opens this up for the world to see, and so many people realize there are these opportunities. They can go out and they can take part, they can be competitive in things. Really, really super test, super harmony throughout there.
Well, certainly taking on what she learned in Tokyo, just off the podium in the individual event 3 years ago. She has given herself an awful good chance of improving. Of course, she is the bronze medalist from the freestyle, but she looks absolutely delighted with the performance of her and Highlander Delights. Emotional as well for those in the saddle and in the stands. Regine Misma-Comp, 73.231. She is in the gold medal position. The question now is, will it be good enough for gold? A relative wait to find out.
But definitely puts the pressure on the riders still to come. I can just look at the lift in this horse, the expression. So much to like.
Certainly, the judges are in agreement. So as we see it after 5 riders, it's a German 1-2 with Miss Belcom. Novak leading the way. Rodolfo Rescala of Brazil remains in with a shout of a medal. Lotta Wallin, Christina Marcussen at the moment in position to qualify for the freestyle. The top 8 will be given that honour.
Que de venir partager avec vous tous sa première Paralympiade. Elle aura besoin également encore une fois de vous sentir présent et bien sûr dans le cadre. Donc déjà vos mains se lèvent, allez-y, je crois que c'est le plus bel accueil qu'on puisse lui réserver. Dans ce calme avec vos mains levées, bien sûr, bienvenue.
We certainly see the excitement growing in the stands once the tricolore is brought out for show.
We head to France to welcome a rider who is 28 years of age, who has been 3 times through Europe. She went as a pony rider, as a young rider, and has been at the most recent invite bit with this same Stallone de Hoos. They know each other.
Stallone de Hoos.
7 years they have been riding together.
Riding with Lisa, says the world number 10, and her Paralympic debut on home sand.
The horse very excited on entering the arena, showing the piaffe, so he's obviously been trained at a higher level, which a lot of these horses have, so he's just, you know, doing his stuff, showing his capabilities there.
We flourish from Stallone de Hoos now. Yeah, and Lisa says make their first ever Paralympic bow together.
So she'll be wanting to contain that energy that he built up outside, getting his concentration back. Let's watch his ears. Are they going to stay with his rider? Or are they going to be looking out to see what's going on? The shoulder in. To the half pass, looking for the regularity and the rhythm, the evenness of the strides. Five steps back. Again, the quality of the horses here at Chateau de Versailles is quite something.
A real magistry in the setting and in the arena. Day 2 of the Para Equestrian from Paris 2024. 17 riders in total going in this grade 5 individual event. The top 3 medaling, the top 8 will get the chance to perform in the individual freestyle event. So it gives the riders 2 markers. Maybe want to try and be in and around medals, but there's also huge value in being in that top 8.
Very much so. They will have that opportunity to come back out and perform to music. Here the extended walk, looking for the horse to stretch, still keep a contact through the reins to the rider's hand. Possibly just feels a little bit hurried, so maybe just taking a breath to steady that walk to get the higher marks there. Again, collected walk, preparing for the pirouette, but the horse just anticipating a little bit, knowing something's coming up. Yeah, just giving the half steps behind. He's definitely performed at a higher level before, and just offering these little half steps in between. And that's something a rider has to balance when they're choosing their horses. If they're taking on a horse that's competed, if they're taking on a schoolmaster that's competed at a higher level, that they have to be very, very clear with their aides, with the instructions they're giving the horses to what they require in a given movement.
It's a reminder that score ranked from 10 to 0, depending on the quality of the move, and we can see Says is losing a fair amount of points, and that's why you can see the discrepancy between our current leader, Miss Bellecomp's percentage as they're compared.
The anticipation of the horse, and again some changes there, the horse just not striking off on the correct leg, throwing in the changes. The walk pirouettes would have been very, very costly, or they were double marks. Really good extended canter. Could have come back a little bit more, but a clear difference shown.
Of course, this is an early stage of Lisa Says' Para-equestrian journey, only classified in Para-equestrian from 3 years ago, and first international competition was 2022.
So a better transition there. The horse still not settling in the walk steps, but didn't anticipate a change or throw in some changes afterwards. So a little bit more settled, a bit more working with his rider. Looking for the balance, the rhythm in that extended trot. That centre line comes up quite quickly after that extended trot, so you need to get the horse back into the collected gait.
Warm applause for the home rider, Lisa Says and Stallone Deus. An incredibly proud moment. A Paralympian as the tricolores fly in these temporary stands of the Chateau de Versailles. She will await to see how she has scored. The sixth rider to go out. And you can see some of the silent applause. There has been more of a mix during grade 4 and grade 5, whereas grade 1 to 3 was very much silence. Lisa Says 63.282 lies in 6th position on her Paralympic debut.
I think sometimes as a rider you have that plus 60% mark in your mind as just wanting to break that barrier. And with those errors through the test, the anticipation, then that would be a score to be expected from the performance. A little shake of the head. The coach there realizing that, yeah, that moment is gone.
Well, it's a chance to turn that frustration into hard work, and plenty more opportunities in the future, but still at the moment, depending how the rest go, freestyle could yet be in her future.
Qui aura le loisir d'amener l'une de ses championnes, 50 ans, la dame que vous avez donc sur le rectangle, qui a son palmarès pas moins de 3 participations.
Michele George of Belgium is here to defend her title. Gold 5 occasions at Paralympic Games. 2 in the individual event, with a silver as well. 4 world golds and 2 at the recent European Championships. George with best of 8. Certainly you'd expect to be potentially the rider to beat.
She's been 3 times to the Paralympic Games. She got those in London, in Rio, also in Tokyo, where she won gold medals both in freestyle and individually, as well as freestyle in Rio, as well as freestyle and individual once again in London. Also gold medals at the World Championships.
The Belgian crew on the sidelines. Georges with best of 8, preparing to enter the arena in her date with Paris 2024 destiny. Can she add to her quite splendiferous palmares?
And Michelle, one of our few riders actually taking the reins into one hand. You saw her pass the stick to the other hand and salute. It is an option for the riders. They can just bow their head. Michelle, a very tall, elegant rider. Very, very experienced.
And she's got the medals to prove it.
Absolutely, but look at that score, the Holt salute. She set that up perfectly. 7.8.
Just to show her standing in her home country, 2012, she became the first para rider to win the Equestrian Awards presented to Belgium's Rider of the Year. As mentioned, plenty of the riders competing in open dressage. But, the Paralympics is where George has shone brightest.
And that Holt rein back movement again, a double coefficient. There's something you really want to get right, spot on with the steps.
And that's just given her such momentum in terms of the scoring. You can see her time being compared to our current leader, Regine Mispelkamp of Germany. The virtual podium with a Germany 1-2 and Novak just ahead of Rodolfo Rascala, who could be at risk of dropping down if Michelle George can maintain this standard.
So that was the medium trot performed. The riders expected to show collected medium and extended trot in this test, so clear difference between the 3 paces within that gate. Again, just letting the rein slide through her hands to give best of 8 the freedom to just stretch the neck, obviously still keeping on a contact for the extended walk. Back into the collected. With these double coefficient turns on the haunches. Looking for clear rhythmic steps. The hind legs describing a circle of the size of a dinner plate or a bit larger. And again, the music, the background music is not scored as part of this test. To the medium canter. Again, collected medium and extended canter required in this test. Clear 3-beat rhythm into the counter-canter, keeping the balance. A simple change. Very precise, very clear. That extended canter.
Along with goalball player Bruno Van Hove. She was named the flag bearer 3 years ago for Tokyo. She continued her golden Paralympic run. And she doesn't exactly look like she's ready to get off that train just yet.
No way for Michelle. Definitely still top of her game.
That takes a level of dedication as well to maintain those high standards.
But she's also out there coaching. A lot of our riders are coaches as well at the grades 4 and 5, even we've got 2s and 3s. Out there coaching in open sport. Some are running stables. She's kicked over the board there, but again, that's not affected the performance.
And what a performance! Well, you can see as much as elation, small parts of relief when you are able to perform to the standard that you expect of yourself. Best of 8, certainly it looks clearly like being the best so far.
And how many have we got in this class? Maybe we should rename her.
17, so we'll put in the paperwork, but for now it is Belgium that look like hitting the top. We will wait for confirmation, but that from a gold medalist, the reigning champion, is not the reaction of someone who thinks they're anything other than the virtual number 1. Really living the emotions. Points to best of 8, and that seemed to take him by surprise.
It's just the atmosphere, you know. Some horses just thrive on this, you know. She gave it all in the field of play, and then once you're on the long rein, you're letting the horse relax, and that just comes as a little surprise and a little jump there. So a real partnership shown by the pair. It's a very experienced couple. I'm just rightly delighted by the score.
76.692. Michelle George. Her horse might be best of 8, but she is number 1.
76.692. The score now to beat. That was.
And here we see after 7 of our 17 riders, so there's plenty that still can happen, but Michelle George of Belgium into the lead. Regine Mispelcombe and Isabel Novak keeping it 2-3 now for Germany. Christine Vik of Norway, and she is to get going with a bonfire. Norway, already seen Christina Marcussen head out, currently lying in 6th. Now will 43-year-old Kirsten Vik get on with bonfire. Her Paralympic first ride. And she was a late replacement, as we've seen during these games, after compatriot Carmen Grönvold Johansson withdrew an injury to her horse. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast, that things can happen, but she has an opportunity to grasp her Paralympic moment.
It's always a worry. You can't wrap your horses up in cotton wool. They are horses. They need to go out and spend time in the field, relaxing, and things happen.
Things are about to happen. I'm sure Kirsten Wick will be riding for Johansson and her horse as she gets her Paralympic individual event at Grade 5 underway.
Our horse just spotting shadow there, something of the marker, wasn't quite sure on. So Kirsten will be just taking a little bit of extra care as she comes back to that, keeping the horse's attention on her, not letting it waver. And neatly performed, shoulder in there, keeping the rhythm steady, the angle steady. And Norway, like a lot of the Scandinavian countries, having a great depth of talent in their riders, a great athlete base to draw from.
So no mean feat to be part of Team Norway, and for any of those who have made it to these Paralympic Games.
That's it, they would have had to go through a selection process. They've had to have attended certain competitions. They'd have needed to gain set scores, set parameters that they need to meet to progress forward in the selection process. They'd have had to attend some international competitions. It's one thing competing at home, but it's another getting yourself out in front of the top judges, out in front of this sort of atmosphere, or as close as you can get to something like this preparation. Again, they've really settled into their stride after that first little blip there.
It is very early stages, but 71.282 is the marker to try and get onto the podium. And anything above 63.282 for now would put you in the top 8. But there are 8 riders of 17 in. So the highest score attainable will be the focus.
So the extended walk. Looking for activity in the walk, the clear 4-beat rhythm. A little bit of anticipation there as you show the difference between the extended pace and the collected pace. Again, nicely keeping the balance and the rhythm in that walk after the little bit of anticipation before coming in across the score.
As I'm sure is recognisable for those in the equestrian world. A real heartbreak for Vic when she lost her horse Peppermint. She'd competed nationally within Norway for 10 years, passed away in 2022, just after they'd made their international debut. And she admitted she had considered quitting before, decided to ride on in part in her memory. And it shows that bond that is created.
It is. It's a lasting one. They are your friends. They're your partners. They're your everything. In a sense, you have so much time and emotion sort of invested in them, and it can take time to get over losing your partner.
Well, the new love with Bonfire established last year. And she, I'm sure this is a great surprise. Amidst to being horse crazy, she sees a horse, she'll go over and say hello, but I think most animal lovers have that instinct.
Would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think to gain the higher marks here, the straightness wasn't quite so straight. You could just see the quarters coming in slightly. So again, just losing a few marks in, not a few marks, but say a mark in each movement, that the straightness is lacking.
And that builds up to being a big enough loss.
It really can do. And you're wanting to minimize those losses. And again, but they'll be analyzing the data after this, looking at where maybe there may be some weak points, and those are the points to concentrate on for the next performance. Or maybe it's to go away and look at, because you don't want to change how you're working in at a major competition like this. You need to stick to what you're doing, prove on what you're doing, and not make changes. All that work's done at home.
I suppose when they get, for those lucky 8 who do qualify for the freestyle, that's the kind of thing where you might want to not change too much now and look to when you get home.
That's it.
A very proud moment, taking your first steps out onto the Paralympic stage. Not one to be forgotten in a hurry. 43-year-old Christine Vik of Norway on bonfire, looking to light it up. We'll wait to see her official score.
And they look very well matched, don't they? You know, and I think that's a partnership to watch for the future.
Especially when it's been such a short time together. To say those more time together should bring about better performances.
That's it. It's just the fine tuning, the little cues that the horses pick up on from you. And it's not an easy job going out to look for your new partner. You know, there may be many trials and errors in finding the right one.
So Christine Vik, 7th overall after her and Bonfire produced a 65.782%, tucked in just behind her compatriot Christina Marcussen.
L'entrée en piste du cavalier à la veste verte. Nous voici donc avec le royaume d'Arabie Saoudite et son cavalier juste fabuleux qui adore ces grands rendez-vous. Il a eu bien le plaisir d'être de la dernière. Il était à Tokyo. Il était d'ailleurs
Ahmed Sharbatly from Saudi Arabia, the 44-year-old with Godiva D2.
Godiva, elle a 13 ans, cette jument.
A second Paralympic Games for Sharbatly. And that coming initially after Rio heartbreak. 2016, he was set to become the first Saudi para-dressage rider at the Paralympic Games, but an injury to his horse saw that dream dash, but he bounced back 10th in Tokyo 2020's individual event. And after that initial experience, I'm sure he'll be targeting at least a top 8 finish. Ahmed Sharbatly preparing to get his second Paralympic performance underway with Godiva D2.
Just a break in pace there. But that's just one mark affected. That's that one moment. Important to move on to the next movement.
Just to remind, individual event prescribed demonstrations marked between 10 and 0 across the 5 judges, and the aggregate score will eventually give us the percentage you see at the top of your screen. George has set the highest standard, but also top 8 will get the chance to perform in the freestyle event.
And these horses finely tuned to the slightest weight difference. The weight aid through the seats, the rider can use their seat, they can use their upper body, they've got their hands, their legs, all giving different aids, but it's a fine line between a misunderstanding and the break into the canter that we had, and actually keeping the rhythm and balance and the pace that we need. Into the half pass. So the horse travelling sideways and forwards. The bend in the direction of the travel. Into the medium trot. And these transitions coming up, well, the transitions at P, H and P, and then P to A into the collected trot, they have 10 marks allocated of their own. And within that, they're looking for the maintenance of the rhythm, the fluency, the precision and smooth the smooth execution of the transitions. They're looking for a change of frame, so the lengthening and coming back, and the quality. So lots of components go in to make up one set of scores. Coming into the collected walk to set up these consecutive walk pirouettes. And often you won't practice these too often in the exact place that they're required for in the test, because horses do come to anticipate them, and they think, especially on that sort of line across there, think, oh, I know what's coming up. And before you know it, they've done it, you're not ready, you've not set it up enough. The collected canter. Not quite straight going into it because the bend, as the horse comes round the corner, you really do need to sort of make sure those quarters reach the outside track. Often they'll try and stay with their quarters in a little bit, so you've got to straighten them to gain the higher marks.
Well, his cousin Abdullah Sharbatly won a medal, bronze it was, in team equestrian jumping at London 2012. The dream to emulate the Paralympic Games in para-equestrian.
So he'll be picking up some marks again for a good counter-canter. A lovely change of legs, so from the canter to the walk to the canter. Again, the medium canter. Good difference shown back into the collected. Judges looking for those changes of pace, changes within the pace to have definition.
So interesting in Sharbatly's story that he was competing in open jumping events, and it was only when a woman who was watching said in turns he was too tight on the reins and asked if he'd ever heard of para dressage, and he hadn't. And now we're 2 Paralympics in, and it shows that there are a lot of people who don't know that there are sports out there for them to compete in, and at this incredible level.
That's it, and I think that's why it's so important to have the showcase of the sport, to let people out there know, come watch, come see what's possible. And sometimes it is those chance encounters, and I always say, don't miss up any opportunity you're offered. Always be ready to say yes to something that maybe you might think twice about just sometimes.
Great words of advice. Sharbatly bows after completing his 2nd Paralympic run. Proud family, friends, and able to finish off, and now just waiting to see where the score will take him. At the moment, anything above 63.282 would be enough for a provisional top 8.
Attribué justement, et bien les voici avec 65,308.
65.308. Excellent score for Sharbatly of Saudi Arabia, a current top 8.
Lots to like in this performance. Yes, there's few errors, but lots to like. And they're still growing in their partnership. Here you see the looped reins. That's one of the forms of adaptive tack that riders are allowed. Just means that you have no chance of slipping the reins. It'd be quite difficult to gather the reins back if you don't have the dexterity in your fingers, or even if some of the riders won't have any fingers, or their fingers missing, or even the palm of their hand. So things like this are just there to aid, assist them. And I was really relaxed coming out. That's a lovely sign to see.
Well, the only disappointment for the partisan crowd here at Paris 2024 is their home rider, Lisa Says, has now been pushed down to 9th. But still salute to Sharbatly for a very strong ride. It's about to go into a short break. It's 9 have gone. There's 17 in total. So 8 more who will define how things are settled in our final individual event, this grade 5.
With a total of 76.692.
So as things stand, Michelle George of Belgium looks to potentially be golden again. Regine Mispel-Comp and Isabel Novak for Germany in 2nd and 3rd. Rodolfo Rascala, Lotta Wallin, Brazil and Sweden respectively, as well as the Norwegian pair of Marcussen and Vick. And as we just saw, Sharbatly in those prize top 8 positions in trying to qualify for the freestyle. Lisa Says, unfortunately, missing out.
Mesdames, Messieurs, serait bon d'entendre vos applaudissements pour les formidables volontaires.
This is your time, ladies and gentlemen, to make some noise and show your appreciation for those also have made everything so magical during the Paris 2024 Olympic Games and Paris 2024 Organising Committee. We would like to thank all the volunteers for their time and their dedication to making this event such a fabulous success. Yoo!
Allez, on se retrouve à 4 14h26. Regardez Frisch qui danse justement sur la sélection musicale, sur le programme de Pétiver à concocter justement pour ces quelques petites minutes. Allez, allez-y, dansez avec lui, Frisch. fantastique. Mais quelle ambiance, ces amis. Bon, Eh bien, mine de rien, le tour, regardez vos montres, on est à moins de 3 minutes maintenant du premier coup qui va venir de rejoindre. Allez, ne changez rien, gardez votre bonne humeur, gardez cette énergie positive. Merci à Frisch que vous pouvez accompagner encore une fois. Bravo, volontaire. Félicitations, merci, Pittier qui vous a accompagné musicalement.
Thank you once again, Frisch. You have got the moves, but so have you, everybody here at the Paris 2024 Olympics at the Chateau de Versailles. Thank you for that fabulous musical set, also that mixing by Pittier. Over the big screen, we have our final part of the competition to go today. Underneath our final 8 horse and rider combinations who are competing in grade 5.
So grade 5 as we stand after 9 riders. Michelle George 76.692%. Tough percentage to beat. Germany currently in silver and bronze position. Riscala of Brazil, Walling of Sweden, and the Norwegian pairing, along with Sharbatly, desperate to cling on to a top 8 finish, which would open the door to a return for the freestyle event. So I'm trying to get some protection from the sun, but he's just cooling a little bit. But the heat of battle is ready to continue. Someone's ready to kick things off. Lisa Martin, the world number 13 on Villaggio, and certainly excited to get started.
Horses being a prey animal, when they come down through the arena, it's enclosed, they've got the high stands behind them, and they still think the lions are going to be chasing them. It's not gone from their genetic imprint.
Better safe than sorry. But thus far, we haven't noticed any prowling the grounds of Versailles. It is a magnificent venue, and it's amazing being here and witnessing it, but it's interesting to think in years to come, looking back and thinking, particularly for the athletes and their horses, that they competed here when the stand goes and it's back to being the major tourist attraction it is. Well, there you are. But no time for a quick visit. Fully focused on the second half of grade 5, 17 rider field. Number 10 looking for a 10 out of 10. Lisa Martin with Villaggio.
Another advantage of getting down into the field of play as quickly as you can within your allotted time for your test is that you could possibly have the opportunity to get around the arena a couple more times because you're waiting for the judge to ring their bell. Just gives the horse a little bit more time to settle and you to gain your focus. So here, the shoulder in left. Judge is looking for the consistency of the angle. Don't want it varying from beginning to end. Into the half pass. And Lisa just keeping the horse's concentration there. I'm sure she would have preferred a much squarer halt, but sometimes you have to take what the moment gives you rather than upsetting by the horse and adjusting too much. The 10-meter volte. Setting up. Just gliding in to the shoulder in right. Just losing a little bit of rhythm as the horse just running on slightly within it. But so much to like again.
And it's so far high 60s, and it's going to have to be upwards of 70% to try and fight for a medal. 71.282 currently the marker, and for the top 8 it's at 65.308. And in the top corner we see the comparison with the ride of our leader Michelle George of Belgium, as Martin, who has waited 8 years to return to the Paralympics after performance in Rio. She was 4th in both individual event and freestyle, looking to put that long-held frustration behind. Can she put herself in medal contention?
I think a really good transition there from the medium walk, a little bit tense in the medium walk, only scoring the 6.5, and then stretching into the extended walk there. The score's picking up to 7.3, just seemed more relaxed, more through, so gaining a little bit more in the percentage marks there. Into that turn on, sorry, the pirouette, the half pirouette. Our earlier grades 1, 2 and 3, they do the turn on the haunches, which is a much bigger circle, but our grades 4 and 5, they are asked to perform the walk pirouettes.
That must be a very emotional ride, given it was December 29 when she sustained multiple fractures to her pelvis and spine, and after falling from her horse First Famous, several months in hospital, and she admitted to the struggles mentally with rehabilitation. But she said when she finally was reunited with her horses, she thought to herself, I'm not going to let this beat her. And given that clearly affected any chance of Tokyo, now proudly strutting around the Chateau de Versailles at Paris 2024.
A simple change completed. Horses can sometimes anticipate that because these are horses working often in open competition at a level much higher than this, so they often will throw in the flying changes. Medium canter, clear difference of pace shown. The judges again looking for the harmony amongst the other criteria. They want to see the engagement of the hind end, the powerhouse, the engine of the horse, the balance. Okay, good counter. Now for this simple change, 2-3 strides of walk up into the counter again. One thing the riders don't seem to have here is a running score down on the ground, and I think that's so nice not to have it as a rider, because it can sometimes draw your eye and just throw your attention to the extended trot. Coming onto this centre line, looking for the straightness. Some horses here anticipate the halt, but they're into us.
Well, it's been a real battle to get back 8 years on from her Paralympic debut in Rio. The 52-year-old Lisa Martin certainly enjoying her moment back in the spotlight, and a really impressive ride with Velaggio. We'll await confirmation of the aggregate score from the judges. Well, she's trying to get the crowd going, and no wonder. 4th place for Lisa Martin. Could be as it was in Rio, but still a terrific performance and score, 70.436.
With an overall average of 70.436 for Lisa Martin and Australia.
I suppose fourth place would be the sporting sense of frustration that she faced in Rio, but after a journey of medical issues, getting back to the stage must be just wonderful.
Yeah, and this would have just given her so much positive reinforcement that this was the right decision for her. You know, horses, it may have come about through horses, but horses are also great healers.
And just under a percentage point from the podium, hair's breadth away, but that shows the Paralympic spirit. She is absolutely delighted with the performance and her standing, and a high chance she'll go to the freestyle. Not confirmed. One person who has confirmed their place, Michelle George, our current leader, is confirmed to be returning for the freestyle later Paralympics. Sarah Slattery on Savona, representing Ireland, readying herself. Well, a debut for her at Paralympic level. She was 18th at last year's European Championships. She said, "Dream big" was her motto. She's looking to live by that.
She's chosen this 16-year-old for these Paralympic Games,
So we talked briefly about age of horses, 16-year-old, so certainly on the older side, but along with that could be a lot of experience and skill.
Definitely, he knows his job, he knows what this is about, he's seen plenty of life. And I think these are a combination to watch. Definitely caught my eye in the training arenas in the run-up to this.
Well, a family affair, and she did admit she's dragged her young family to the Netherlands in preparations for Paris, but now it will hopefully seem to be all worthwhile with the Chateau de Versailles in the backdrop. Sarah Slattery representing Ireland in Grade 5's individual event.
Of making use, riders looking to make use of every corner to set up the movements. Very active trot. Collected trot into the shoulder in. Not sure if it's just a little trip or a little spook there, just unfortunate, but plenty of time to pick any lost marks up. And Sarah here has loops on her reins to counteract any dexterity deficiency that she has in her hands. The halt rein back 4 steps with double marks. Just looking for the rhythm and the regularity of the steps.
Well, coming from a family of equestrians, father Tom and younger sister Sophie, having represented Ireland in equestrian jumping, and certainly used the advantage of her sister having stables in the Netherlands. Decided to relocate for a time in 2023 and returned in preparation for Paris. She did say, "I've dragged my poor husband and kids to live in Holland for the summer." Doesn't sound that bad.
Families don't go if they don't really want to, do they?
But there are sacrifices to be made when you want to perform at a Paralympic level.
Super relaxation shown here in this extended walk. The rider seeking to let the The head and the neck stretch out, the stride, after the walk lengthen out. And they're just using those loops now. She went on to the longer rein for the extended walk and then back to those loops. Obviously it's more difficult to gather up the reins if you don't have that manual dexterity in your fingers. So the extended walk and these 2 walk pirouettes, really important. Double coefficient. And again, I think to get the higher marks on this, could have just done with the little bit of a slow rhythm. They were a little bit, seemed hurried and rushed.
Well, it's interesting that when you look in black and white, 18th European Championships, but wasn't long after having given birth to her second daughter, Millie, and she spoke about 9 months for the child, but around 9 months it could be, she described, to get back to her best, and she was talking about a lot of core muscles needed for
definitely.
dressage.
Really, really so important. That is your stability, your trunk base. And that's why when you look at our grade 1 to 3 riders, you realize how important the trunk is, and that they don't have so much stability there, and therefore they don't perform. They're not expected to do the counter movements and so many lateral movements as we see here in the grade 4s and 5s. Looking for the clear transitions into and out of the extended canter. Keeping the balance so the horse doesn't change as you change direction there. You want the horse to still stay on that outside leg. Could have just been maybe a little bit more settled in those walk steps. But again, still good at 7.5, the score.
As we mentioned, you can see the score of our current leader, George, is a marker.
Very expressive extended trot. Back into lovely collected trot at K. As she comes down that centre line to complete at her first Paralympics.
Well, what a moment. Big smiles and a cuddle. Well earned by Savona and her young family looking on. Absolute delight. And Ireland well represented. And certainly we're well represented here at the Chateau de Versailles field at the Para Equestrian. So it's a 7th place as things stand for Sarah Slattery. She'll hope 68.410 is enough for a freestyle place.
Oh, it was a stumble. Horse just tripped and stumbled. It was so quick, it was almost like couldn't quite catch what had caused it, but well sort of caught from there, got him back into rhythm. I think a combination definitely to watch for the future.
Certainly plenty to build on from this first outing at Paralympic Games in the para dressage. And he'll certainly know even more about what's going on in 4 years' time in Los Angeles. It's certainly a brilliant performance from Sarah Slattery and gives herself a chance of qualifying for the freestyle. But that performance also does mean Michelle George and Regine Mispelkamp are confirmed top 8. At the moment, they've held on to the top 2 spots, with Isabel Novak still the virtual bronze medalist. The Belgian leading, Kevin Van Am, is heading out to represent Belgium. Miros van Ons Him, looking to help improve Am's performance in Tokyo. 7th in Japan to qualify for the freestyle, where he ended 8th. That would certainly be the minimum he'll be hoping to produce from his Paris 2024 campaign.
Let's reach Belgium for a second time today as we head towards Kevin Van Ham, who is in the ring.
And also, Kevin Van Ham showing that level of improvement at the World Championships 2 years ago, finishing 4th in the individual event.
Kevin about to go through, competed at the 2020 Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
He says he always prepares and saddles the horse himself, and has a pair of lucky socks and underwear that, well, it says he sometimes wears. Surely for the Paralympics he'll have had them picked out.
That may be a statement he regrets putting on there. But a good start here, lovely expressive horse. Something to note here is that because of the limb length difference, Kevin has the rein, has a loop rein, so hooked around the crook of his elbow. And then obviously it gives a longer rein on the right hand side, so it's something the horse needs to adapt to, be having 2 different feels on each rein. So the rider having to be really careful to make sure the contact can be as even as possible. I think we can say he's done a really good job at evening that out, because we're looking at the contact being nice and still and quiet through the movements. Again, sometimes you might hear a horse snort during a thing, but it's just their own breathing pattern, and sometimes a way of them sort of just letting out the tension.
Not something they're going to be marked down for.
Oh no, not at all, not at all. Be looking for the bend throughout the horse's body, the rhythm, the crossing of the legs. And the music in the background, it is changing with the paces, but it's not part of the test. It's not being judged as part of the test. It is background. Into that medium trot, looking for the clear transitions at the markers. Just coming into the extended walk. This horse doesn't have the biggest of over tracks compared to some of the horses, but he's stretching. Preparing for this turn on the haunches. So I think to gain a higher mark there, maybe a little bit more collection. Seemed just a little hurried. Could have had a little bit more step, 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 and not quite so quick there, but that's, I say, just to gain the extra marks. And a lovely frame in this canter.
He took up the sport at age 12 at a local riding school. Initially trained and competed against non-disabled riders while preparing his horse to compete in para-equestrian. Is there an advantage to that, or just in terms of who you might be able to compete with more? Because you did say there's obviously more open competitions.
There's limited competition opportunities in para-sport. So if you want to hone your skills, then you do need to be out in open competition against your non-physically impaired sort of people. So it is the only way, and it's actually quite good to be out there. You know, you get also you're competing at different levels for the horse's ability, and not here where you're grouped into with your fellow competitors into grades. It's the horse, it's on the horse's ability that you're done. Also on your own, you may be different sections within it, but it's more on the horse's performance. I think especially for riders in, say, Australia, in the States, Canada, where the distances are vast, you have to look outside of your own sporting community for those opportunities. Coming down the centre line to complete his test. A very smooth test.
Big smile. And no little emotion. And it must really just come like a flood once you've completed, and you can relax a little, and etched all over his face.
Sometimes it just comes out of nowhere, and you might think, oh, I'm not going to be one of those, and then you go out there and you think, oh my.
The waterworks.
Yep.
It's both for those in the saddle and those who have been the support. Just a wonderful illustration of what the Paralympics mean. Wait to see. And 69.692%. He is 5th overall, and hoping that that is going to be good enough for a top 8.
69.692, which puts him for the moment into 5th place.
Just seeing family, coaches in the background. It is a team that gets the riders to these championships. You know, there'll be physios, there'll be vets, there'll be other body workers, there'll be nutritionalists, there'll be psychologists. And to be at the top of your sport, you have to be prepared to access all these things that are on offer to assist you to make the best of yourself.
He certainly has a positive outlook. I posted on Facebook, live your life to the fullest, don't let people bring you down. If you want something, go and work hard for it. Learn from every second, and living proof of that philosophy. 5th place, a very strong showing. And now a nervous wait. We still have 5 quality riders to come. You could shake things up, but for the moment it's our virtual podium who have confirmed their advancement to the freestyle event that will climax a brilliant para-equestrian dressage at Paris 2024. So Ildiko von Gyodi of Hungary, world number 9 on Bojengel.
As we head towards Hungary now, who is 45 years of age.
45 and a first stride out into a Paralympic arena. Improvements with 11th at the World Championships 2 years ago. Reisenbeck 2023, she finished 9th. How will her first strides here at Paris 2024 leave her come the finish?
Just a step or two backwards before setting off into her collected trot. That will come into the marks for the halt. Judges looking for the stability in that, or the immobility. There, as you see, just the 5.7. Plenty of time to recoup that loss. Again, good, clear 3 tracks shown by the horse's feet. 1 single leg on its own, the diagonal pair on another line of travel, and the outside leg on its 3rd line of travel. Halt, rein back, the double coefficient. And our riders have the choice of the snaffle bridle or the double bridle, purely their preference, whatever the horse works better in. These riders at grade 5 have the least degree of physical impairment, maybe just affecting one limb. They're just looking through the bend through the body in this half pass, the uniform bend, the crossing of the forelegs and the hind legs.
She originally moved to Germany in '99 to train as a rider, before returning to Hungary in the early 2000s to finish her education. And we have times spoken of, at times, the need to move to find the top class venues, trainers, and what you could do to improve.
It is, and it's something that goes along with if you want to reach the pinnacle of your sport, sometimes you do have these sacrifices to make. But then it's just part of the journey, you know?
And it's a journey that's taken her. Sanne's here at the Chateau de Versailles in the background. Paris 2024. It's been a stunning Paralympics, and there's so much more to enjoy. In particular, the performance now of Fanni Gyodi. And you can see her scores as we continue through the predetermined moves and how she's comparing to our current leader, Michelle George of Belgium.
Again, the pirouette just a little bit open, the horse stepping out slightly, so to gain the higher marks, just need to pin that down to more of a clear spot or a smaller circle. Good counter. Judges looking for the straightness. Across the diagonal, looking to keep the balance so the horse doesn't change as you go into this counter-counter. Keeping the rhythm, the activity. Looking for the jump and the counter so it doesn't drop into a 4-beat rhythm, which will be penalised quite heavily by the judges.
Well, it was surgery to remove a tumour from her femur, the thigh bone that started her journey towards para-dressage. After returning to riding with a friend's horse It's a surface. She said the horse taught her to ride again, and they started plotting the path to return. And look where she is now.
The transitions, some of the transitions at the markers have their own score from 10, so those are good places to pick up marks. You need to be accurate on the spot. So transitions when the rider's body is at the marker. Back into the collected trot. Preparing for this extended trot. Very expressive. She prepares, sets us up that turn to be straight on the centre line. Looking straight for that judge at A. Sorry, judge at C.
Cuddles and delight at a brilliant debut at the Paralympics for Ildiko Von Jodi and Bojengel. The wait to see who the score will be. Hugs and kisses. Ildiko Von Jodi, 10th overall with a score of 67.769.
He's finding the noise of the crowd just a little unsettling. But again, an opportunity to introduce the horses to it. The whole rein back. A little bit of trepidation there from our coach.
Leaving the ring, obviously, here at the Chateau de Versailles. That was the performance that you've just been watching of Hungary, with 4 more combinations to come if you've just joined us, or just obviously.
And the head veil, often for the flies, just to give the horses a little bit of peace from that.
Well, plenty of love. That's a magnificent para-equestrian from Chateau Versailles. We're nearing the conclusion of our individual events. We've been through from grade 1 to grade 4, and now it's the grade 5 finale. 4 riders remain. This is certainly a rider who will be expecting to shake things up on the podium. Sophie Wells, the world's best ranked and a former gold medalist at the Paralympics. Do you want to try and read out the name of the horse? There's a lot of letters there. LJT Samoa. Edgeburg Guards, I think, is going to be my best punt.
You're okay with that. You're okay. Or you could just call her Diana.
Diana. Here we go. So 2 years together. It was a debut. It would have been unforgettable for Sophie Wells in her first games in London. 2 silvers and a Team GB gold. But it was Rio when she was the individual event #1. But this is her attempt to get back amongst the gold at 2024 here in Paris.
And this is a young horse, I believe only 7. So first time in such a big atmosphere as this. and looking very settled, listening to Sophie. We're looking for those ears to be flicking back to the rider, a little bit out to the side, checking in. Into that half pass. Super halt, rein back 4 steps. Again, judges looking at the harmony, but overall they're wanting to see the balance, the cadence, the rhythm. So many components that go in to make up the whole picture.
Sophie Wells, still just 34 years of age, but identified early at an under-21 talent spotting competition. And she was urged to go for classification and try for world-class development para-dressage selection trials. It's gone pretty well since then. 4 golds and 4 silvers across individual and team events at Paralympics. How will she fare against the score that is held for so long from Michelle George of Belgium? It's certainly looking competitive.
She and Michelle have been in this position many times of who has the little extra edge. Oh, that's so often coming down to the wire. Really lovely relaxation shown here. So horse at a first big atmospheric competition like this. Picking up from the extended walk to the collected. Again, these double coefficient walk pirouettes coming up. Just a little jog, just a little unsettled there. I think anticipation for the counter to come, but just a little bit early.
So as alluded to, it was Michelle George who was golden in Tokyo, with Sophie Wells in silver. Only Frank Osmar of the Netherlands not in the field, who took bronze 3 years ago.
And the medium counter just looking effortless, lovely and round. Looking for the balance being kept in this counter-canter. Preparing, collect for that simple change. Again, the test run is a mirror image. What's performed on one rein will be repeated on the other. I think Sophie, they're just keeping the extended counter a little contained. So easy for the horses to anticipate the flying change as they come back to the track. Very neatly held.
It's going to be very interesting with 76.692, the gold standard so far. 71.282 is our current bronze medal with Isabel Novak. Of course, top 8 to qualify for freestyle. How will Sophie Wells' score match up?
To the extended canter to finish on the centre line. And the extended canter, it's always how much can you afford to push that without losing the balance and running the horse on into trot.
Well, a multiple Paralympic medalist, 10 world medals, 5 of which have been golden. It's a nervous wait to see exactly where the Briton is placed by the scores, the aggregate of our 5 judges. With only 3 more riders to go, we're getting close to start to reveal who will be our Grade 5 medalists.
Watching the performance of Sophie Wells for Great Britain. We also want to see this too on the screen, but there's also the medals who were claimed individually and in the
We're taking a chance to thank the crowd and reciprocated from the temporary stands here on the grounds of Versailles.
And it's a very compact horse. You see such a range of horses within the sport. The tall, very leggy ones are more compact together ones. There you just see Sophie's range. She has the loops because she is missing some fingers, so it just gives her that little bit extra control on the reins. But she'll be delighted with the performance, how settled the mare is through the whole test.
So Sophie Wells moves into a medal position, 72.257%. The one colour she's never won. So Michelle George still the marker, 76.692 above Germany's Miss Pelkamp, and Sophie Wells splitting the Germans in third. Johan Aaltonen to go next, the world number 18 on Laxton for you. So another Paralympic first for the Finn. Only took up para dressage during 2023. And he described it as saying it was like learning to use his body again, but it was really sweet when he got his first competition internationally. So take that and times it by 1,000, preparing to compete at the Paralympics of Paris 2024. His motto is dream big, work hard and make it happen. He's certainly done that. Johan Aaltonen of Finland out and away with Laxton for you.
And a big leggy horse, and I think sometimes the markings of the horse, we've got long stocks and stockings here that can also give that impression. Onto those 3 tracks created by the shoulder in. The rider bringing the horse's shoulder off of the track.
Well, mixing, competing. Jonah with managing director at the Erkelan Kartanen Tally Stables in Ivenka, Finland. And previously did own stables as well. And now it's focus on her performance in the field.
I'm sure the whole stable at home are rooting for her, really wishing her well.
Certainly those lucky enough to be here, but as you say, there will be so many watching on from afar, equally invested in the performance.
Into this medium trot. Still looking for straightness on the diagonal line. Transitions between the medium and the collected. As the horse settles into the medium walk now, looking for the extended, looking for the greatest ground cover of the hind feet, stepping over the footprint of the forefoot. Just some tension creeping in there. And quite understandable at times with the atmosphere that's here. And some horses just start anticipating at this stage the walk pirouettes coming up. Again, just a little bit stuck in that one. And again, the extended walk. I think the judges would have just liked to have seen that a bit freer, a bit looser.
There was a 15th place finish for Johan Aaltonen at the individual event in Ressenbeck, Germany last year. And certainly will be targeting improvement in that in her performance in the 17 strong field, the third last to go. Michelle George could be confirmed a medalist. And we can see the Belgian score compared to that of our current rider Aaltonen.
Again, 30 possibilities for marks, and there's 30 movements in this test. Test of 5.5 minutes. Quite a big rangy horse here. So rider having to work at keeping the paces more closed, more compact for the collected paces. Nicely balanced on the circle, half circle. On the diagonal, into the counter-canter. Simple change, looking for the 2 to 3 strides, clear strides of walk. Was very settled in the arena, listening to the rider, looking for the cues. Into the extended trot. Not easy to keep that balance and rhythm in that, because you're looking to show the greatest difference you possibly can to earn your highest mark, but you have to take that with the risks of pushing that too far.
Well, she pushed herself to really fine showing, finished flags flying high. Johan Aaltonen and Laxton for you. Certainly won't forget their Paralympic debut in a hurry. Well, you can tell so much from the reactions, and they just look proud as punch.
962, eh bien les notes seront donc de 67 974 correspondant au 10e rang.
Johan Aaltonen, 10th overall with 67.974% on Laxton for you. That also means Michelle George is confirmed a medal It will be which colour. The score she's got, it's still looking hard to nudge her off first place. We've also got 6 of our 8 qualified for the freestyle event, which will be on the final day of para-equestrian at these Paralympic Games. Michelle George, Regine Mispelkamp, Sophie Wells, Isabel Novak, Lisa Martin, Kevin Van Ham are all safely through. Rodolfo Rescala of Brazil and Lotta Wallin of Sweden have a nervous wait for a final 2. Johan Aaltonen heads off for a well-earned break. 10th in the Paralympics. She has the identical score to Christina Marcussen, so they are currently joint 10th. Nicole Greger of Switzerland, the 61-year-old on Donna Weltino, the world number 26 at her 3rd Games, having withdrawn at Rio. It will be her 2nd competed in. A 2-time European individual bronze medalist. She certainly has the palmares to suggest she could be a threat to those in the current top 3. Certainly potential position in the freestyle. She began riding back home in Switzerland 1975, and at 61 it's still going strong, and it's certainly true. Gender neutral sport, men and women competing together, and age not really a factor. So Nicole Greger was 14th in Tokyo. How will she fare 3 years on in Paris 2024?
She'll be looking to build on that experience. She uses this 10-meter volte to set up the shoulder in. Judges looking for the balance, the rhythm, looking also for the harmony between horse and rider. So many different aspects of what we see make up their decisions on the scores. Ideally, would have had that hind leg come through to square up the halt to maximize the potential on the marks. Get a nice loose flowing trot. And interesting, she's a physiotherapy in her working life, and she uses hippotherapy as a form of treatment for her patients. So she appreciates the value, so using the horse to aid people in their recovery.
And I guess perfectly placed to be someone to make that work for the patients. But it's amazing that obviously we're seeing the best of the best of the Paralympics, but it's important to remember that it's actually the therapeutic benefits. It's not necessarily about having to be top class competitor. That's just something for those who see that pathway.
That's it. It's the path that they've chosen. You're right in saying that, and it's not for everyone, but it has such huge benefits. The extended walk there, looking for the relaxation, the lengthening of the stride. Collecting back to set up these walk pirouettes. And I'm not sure there's a rider out there who actually really enjoys this particular movement.
Why is that?
It's just the balance you need, the setting up. You don't want the horse to anticipate, and getting your aids correct. You're wanting to use your weight changes, your legs. It's just something that's quite easy for the horse to misunderstand if you as a rider don't quite get it right.
These are where the challenges have to be met to try and propel that percentage upwards.
Again on the circles, judges will be looking for the uniform bend through the horse's body. Looking for the balance in this counter-counter. Not wanting to see it change from the straight line to the circle. Some clear steps of walk shown there. And the transition down from the canter. Really straight medium canter. That's something that, again, the riders have to guard the horse's hindquarters as they come out of that bend. Some horses will come out with the quarters just on the inside of the track, so they have to be particular, get the horses straightened before asking them to move forwards. Horse's concentration really with the rider, ears flickering. The extended trot. Very nicely done. Looking for that straightness on the centre line. Hedging directly for the judge at sea.
Well, a marvellous outing for Nicole Greger and Donna Weltino, 61-year-old, oldest in the field, and waiting for how the score will fall out. The penultimate performer, Greger, seeing Swiss fans in the stands. And 13th on Donna Weltino for Nicole Greger, 66.487%.
Avec une 13e place à la moyenne, donc l'impression générale, et c'est donc pour sa reprise en plus des gains techniques que vous avez eu plaisir.
So with just one rider to go, it is a confirmed medal for Michelle George and now Regine Mispelkamp. Sophie Wells, the nervous one on the virtual podium, as is Lotta Wallin of Sweden in that 8th position. But Nicole Greger putting in a performance to be proud of, and once again competing at the Paralympics. Always knowing who to thank.
That's it, they do. That's just what I was going to point out. It's, you know, they couldn't do this without the horse, their partner. And you never forget that. As a rider, you never forget that. Just making way for the horse coming in. I think it's one of the few times we've had them meet. They try to keep them separate.
Do you think the horse maybe passed on some information?
Oh, do you know, I'd not thought about that. I'm sure they do talk to each other like that sometimes. I don't know what they say in the stables.
Always plotting.
Again, the rider, there won't be any concessions made for the timing to get this horse to settle down. There is a schedule, and they will stick to this schedule. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair on the riders that have gone before, that didn't have the extra time.
So Federica Sileoni, the world number 19, the final rider to go. So at least now she still has the 60 seconds. Now the bell's gone. As we see, 16 of 17 have gone. Michelle George and Regine Mispelkamp are guaranteed medals, just not what colour. It's Sophie Wells who is waiting to see if she will be bronze. And it's Lotte Wallin who waits nervously in the final qualification spot for the freestyle event. The only one who can decide, Federica Sileoni and Leonardo.
She's done a great job of settling the horse, getting the horse into the arena. All looks smooth at the moment, creating a lovely picture. And her objective will be to keep the horse's focus on herself now. Not let the attention wander outside, just the two of them together. I think that's a skill you learn, to actually concentrate on the important things. Let that moment go. You can't change it. Just build on what you have.
It's a positive start. Her markers for success, if she wants to medal, it has to be over 72.257% for qualification for the freestyle and a chance to come back later in these Paralympics. It'll be getting above the 69.026 of Lotte Wallin.
The shoulder in, maybe a little bit more angle could be shown to gain the higher mark again. The half pass, lovely sideways steps showing the crossing of the hind legs and the forelegs.
She studied psychology at the University of Urbino, back home in Italy. And likely showed when she said, a horse is not only for sport, but a lifestyle and great passion. An exceptional animal. And when I get on its back, I forget all my problems. That seems to be a pretty good summation of equestrian life.
It is. It is. And again, the relaxation here of the horse, this is what's being looked for.
We've talked about that position. It's not the most stable, but in order to make the demonstration work.
That's right. So she's got the loops on the reins there. And while she can change the loop on that side, she can move the fingers. It may be not quite so easy to do in the time you've got, and you don't want to disturb the movement too much. So it's better to lean forward than try to change the handhold. This horse has a bit of a flicky toe walk. And that's no detriment, it's just the action of the horse. Difference shown there between the collected canter and the medium canter. Should be looking to pick up every single mark she can by being as accurate as she can. Showing the balance there on the counter. And horses would naturally want to change back to be cantering on what we'd consider the correct leg.
As a reminder, the music is just background noise, but seems pretty apt that Mambo Italiano would be playing. And of course, Federica Sileoni has just missed out on qualifying for the freestyle in Tokyo in 9th, but she was presented with the best individual achievement at Tokyo 2020 among emerging athletes, awarded by the Italian Federation of Equestrian Sports.
Really nice, simple chain there. You know, just recognition of that as your achievement, that can do so much to you as a person. Somebody has noticed that you have made all that effort that you put into everything. It's great that the Italians recognise that.
And that's the thing, of course everyone dreams of medals, but just getting to perform at this setting and this high stakes competition is an incredible achievement in itself. And what a wonderful way to end a brilliant Grade 5 individual event. Some real emotive reactions. And she'll wait to see, as will the rest of the field, because there are some nerves jangling outside of the arena. But let's focus on what was a very accomplished ride from Sileoni and Leonardo in a second Paralympic appearance. So Sileoni getting the ovation of the Azzurri fans, who continue to wear their wonderful headgear. We've seen some interesting ones over the para-equestrian here at Chateau de Versailles. And a wonderful celebration on day 1 and 2 of para-equestrian. So Federica Sileoni, 10th place with a 68.205. And that means Michelle George is our Paralympic champion, doing back-to-back golds after her Tokyo success. And she really was head and shoulders above the rest with her performance.
It was indeed. It was just so smooth, so harmonious, well rewarded by the judges. She'll be delighted.
Well, she went out 7th of 17, long wait, but one that will now feel well worth it. Well, she already had 5 Paralympic golds in her collection. A 6th. She'll certainly happily find space for it.
I think so.
Well, best of 8, best of mates, the best in Grade 5.
And here you see the horses, they're our family, you know. The love between the riders, the horses.
Obviously not forgetting terrific outing for Sileoni. And wow.
The emotions again, isn't it? It really does pull them out of you. The crossing there in the half pass. The moment of suspension between the diagonal pair of legs. And again, a lovely combination early in their career path, really.
Yeah, just 26 years old. the youngest in the field, but finishing in the top 10. But this was the moment. She knew gold was going to be around her neck once again, this time in Versailles at Paris 2024. So Michelle George, best of the rest. Regine Mispelkamp with silver for her performance, and Sophie Wells adds the one colour to her Paralympic palmarès that she was missing in third. Isabel Novak, Lisa Martin, Kevin Van Ham, along with Rodolfo Rescala and Lotte Wallin, will all return later in these Paralympics for the freestyle, when they'll get their tunes spinning and their pairing shaking it out here at Versailles. So these wonderful moments and plenty of time to enjoy as we prepare for the victory ceremonies. The Belgian anthem will ring out around Versailles, and as well the victory ceremonies for grade 4. So plenty of medal to be handed out after a quite stunning day 2 of para-equestrians on day 7 of these Paralympic Games from Paris 2024.
très vite, mesdames, messieurs, ne changez rien, gardez cette atmosphère. Dans quelques instants, remise des médailles. La cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve para-équitation individuelle du grade 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for para-equestrian individual event, grade 4.
Well, after a stunning day 2 of para-equestrian, it's now time to hand out the medal. And these riders, along with their horses, certainly prove their mettle. 2 debutants at Paralympic Games onto the podium. An unforgettable moment in a quite unforgettable venue. The Chateau de Versailles in the background as the medals are being prepared to be handed out. The individual event, grade 4, Anna-Lena Niehues of Germany in bronze, and it is double Dutch delight Sanne Voets in silver, and then it will be gold for Demi Haerkens.
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur François de Mazières, maire de Versailles.
Mayor of Versailles. Accompanied by
Mrs. Amanda Bond, présidente du comité technique de para-équitation à la Fédération équestre internationale.
International Equestrian Federation Chair of Para-Equestrian Technical Committee.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Allemagne.
Bronze medalist representing Germany, Anna-Lena Niehues.
Well, incredible achievement. The 40-year-old in her first ever Paralympic Games. She and Quimbaya 6 with a quite sensational bronze. She was 6th in this event at the World Championships in 2022. What a difference a couple of years makes for the new mother. An excitement to share this with her family and young daughter, Nelly.
Silver medalist representing the Netherlands, Sanne Voets.
She's only previously known gold at the Paralympics, but the champion from Tokyo, Sanne Voets, with a silver medal. 37-year-old along the Montour. Second place, but only beaten out by a fantastic teammate, Sanne Voets, celebrating with her silver lining in the individual event, grade 4.
Et championne paralympique représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the Netherlands, Demi Haerkens.
Well, we've had 2 debutants on the podium, and one is now wearing gold. Demi Haerkens, the 26-year-old, with Daula. She was silver at the World Championships a couple of years ago, a clean sweep of golds at the Euros, and now the Paralympic champion, and a Dutch 1-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, a rip-roaring response for our grade 4 medalists. And the Dutch now with 3 medals at Para-Equestrian, only second to the United States in the Para-Equestrian medals table because of the 2 golds for the USA. But Demi Haerkens, Sanne Voets, a Dutch 1-2, and a debutant bronze for Anna-Lena Niehues. And what does it mean to be a new Paralympian and leave with a medal, and in particular for our gold medalist?
It can be quite an overwhelming experience, and I don't think it will fully sink in to them until later tonight, and also when they come back into the arena. Obviously they're coming in for the freestyle and they actually hear those words, Paralympic gold medals or Paralympic bronze medalist, silver medalist, and I think then it will really hit home to them.
Well, a picture with the true star of the performance, Daula, leading Demi Haerkens to the top of the podium. And of course, Sanne Voets and Anna-Lena Niehues as well, celebrating fabulous achievement of medaling, but our new Paralympic champion at grade 4, Demi Haerkens.
bougez pas, chers amis, dans quelques instants, nous allons procéder à la remise des médailles en ce qui concerne donc cette cérémonie dédiée cette fois-ci aux cavalières et cavaliers à 5.
Do stay with us, obviously. In a very few moments, the victory ceremony coming up for individual events, grade 5.
Quelques instants maintenant de la dernière remise des médailles, la cérémonie dédiée aux cavalières et cavaliers de 5.
So we've been through from grade 1 to 4, grade 5, the final victory ceremony, and a crowning moment for Michelle George, as she once again is golden at a Paralympic Games. Regine Mispelkamp did not miss, as she took a sensational silver in just her second Games, having just missed out in Tokyo. Although did take bronze 3 years ago in the freestyle, which all this trio have qualified. And of course, Sophie Wells, a former champion, 4 golds, 4 silvers, and in her 4th Paralympic Games, her first bronze.
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Todd Nicholson, MCS, PLI, ancien membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
former governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee. Accompanied by
Monsieur Paul Mourier, préfet directeur général de la métropole du Grand Paris.
Prefect Executive Director of the Métropole du Grand Paris.
Médaillé de bronze représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain, Sophie Wells.
Sophie Wells completes the Paralympic medal collection. 4 golds, 4 silvers. Now it's a bronze for the 34-year-old who is golden in Rio. And now gets her bronze medal and salutes the warm applause.
Médaillé d'argent représentant l'Allemagne.
Silver medalist representing Germany, Regine Mispelkamp.
Regine Mispelkamp, having missed out on the podium 3 years ago in the individual event, rising to second on the podium to take a silver medal, and having bronzed in the freestyle in Japan, she'll certainly be targeting more medals when that comes around. But for now, a chance to just soak in the moment here at Versailles.
Médaillé d'or et championne paralympique représentant la Belgique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Belgium, Michelle George.
The reigning champion absolutely dominated, and a 6th gold medal and a 3rd at the individual event. She's also 3 times been the freestyle champion. She will certainly be targeting double gold, but for now salutes the stands here in the Chateau de Versailles. Michelle George is the Grade 5 Paris 2024 champion.
fait pour l'hymne de la Belgique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Belgium.
Messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Best of 8, and Michelle George, gold medalist in grade 5. Regine Miss-Belcombe, Highlander delights. And they do say there can only be one, but there are 3 medalists with Sophie Wells picking up the bronze. And Deb Criddle, Paralympic multi-medalist in the past. How are your overall impressions of the grade 5 and our medalists?
I think that's the order of the day. Michelle, showing her experience. The others with the younger horses, bringing them on. I think, just a superb performance. And I do think we should rename the horse Best of 17.
That's exactly what we want to hear. The fans flying the flag high, particularly when they see themselves splashed on the big screen. But the stars of the show, Samoa Highlander delights, and best of 8, leading Sophie Wells, Miss-Belcombe and Michelle George onto that podium. But is the brilliant Belgium, who is golden once again, this time at Paris 2024.
Vous savez ce qu'il vous reste à faire, et ici à Versailles, accompagné comme vous avez eu l'occasion de le faire. D'un côté les chevaux, des médaillés de Monika Paralympique, de l'autre des parathlètes, à l'occasion de cette dernière remise des prix de la journée. Voici devant vous les Paralympiques 2024.
Last opportunity for you to obviously applaud, to congratulate our podium for grade 5, for Belgium, for Germany, for Great Britain.
Avec la médaillée de bronze pour la Grande-Bretagne, Sophie Wells. La médaillée d'argent pour l'Allemagne, Regine Miss-Belcombe. Et la Belgique tient sa championne, Michelle George.
And our podium leaving the ring here in Chateau de Versailles, whether it's Great Britain's Sophie Wells, whether it was Germany's Regine Miss-Belcombe, and of course Belgium's Michelle George.
Well, what a spectacular second day of Paralympic dressage. And there is a bit of a wait before the team event, but do keep your eyes peeled for that. And the freestyle still to come. But the 5 grades to the individual events, the medals handed out. And it will definitely be an unforgettable journey for all at Chateau de Versailles.
On se retrouve donc, bien évidemment, nous aurons le plaisir de vous retrouver donc vendredi pour l'épreuve par équipe, samedi pour l'épreuve en musique à chacun d'entre vous. Ce fut un vrai plaisir de partager ce moment donc du paralympisme Versailles, dont vous aurez accueilli au cœur de ce, évidemment, de ce jardin de Versailles. Alison, ce fut un vrai plaisir.
It was a shared pleasure for me, also Yannick.
Merci.